Good morning. My name is Matthew Brewer. I am the operating chairman of the Chicago Housing Authority. To our residents and guests who are joining us, and to our audience joining via live stream video broadcast, welcome to the March 17th board meeting. I will now call the meeting to order, and our board secretary will take roll call to establish a quorum.
Good morning again, Commissioners.
Good morning.
Commissioner Cobb, Commissioner Cruzy, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Herlock, Commissioner Malone, Commissioner Matenki, Commissioner Parker, Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. At this time, I will present a motion to approve the order of the agenda, which is as follows. Our first order of business is closed session. At the conclusion of closed session, we'll resume the business portion of the meeting and vote on items discussed in closed session. We'll then have a special presentation by Commissioner Harris, followed by my updates on agency activities and programs since we last met. We will then have public testimony on general matters. After our public testimony on general matters, we'll recess from the regular board meeting so that members of the Real Estate Committee can meet. As a reminder, after the Real Estate Committee presentation, registered speakers will be given an opportunity to comment on items listed on the committee agenda. At the conclusion of the Real Estate Committee meeting, the regular board meeting session will resume with presentation and vote of committee, general, and closed session items. The meeting will then be adjourned. Commissioners, may I have a second to approve the order of today's meeting agenda? All in favor say aye. Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the motion to approve the order of today's meeting agenda is approved. With that, I will now present a motion to go into closed session for approximately 60 minutes. In addition to items 9, 10, and 11 listed on the agenda, and in accordance with the Open Meetings Act, the board may discuss matters under the following exceptions: personnel-related matters under C1 and C2, purchase, sale, or lease of real estate property under C5 and C6, pending, imminent, or probable litigation under C11, review of closed meetings under C21, and audit reviews under C29. May I have a second? All in favor say aye. Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, we will now go into closed session and be back in approximately 60 minutes.
If it's green, it's turned on. Yeah.
There you go.
Let's do a testing, Mr. Chairman.
It's green
We
now.
need the studio at the head table. We need the studio.
I will, how's it? There we go. All right. Commissioners finished discussing items 9, 10, and 11 in closed session. We're switching
His
seats.
mic
because-
wasn't
Oh,
working.
okay, I was just trying to get, I was a little confused.
His mic wasn't working.
All right. Our board secretary will take the roll call to establish a quorum.
Commissioner Cobb, Commissioner Cruzy, Commissioner Gutierrez,
Here.
Commissioner Harris, Commissioner Hurlock,
Here.
Commissioner Malone,
Here.
Commissioner Matenki, Commissioner Parker,
Yeah.
Commissioner Washington, Commissioner Brewer.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you, Lee. Um, Commissioners' draft minutes of the regular and closed meetings of January 27 were included in your meeting materials. May I have a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the minutes for January 27 are hereby approved as submitted. In addition to other closed session matters, commissioners also discussed a resolution regarding the appointment of Keith Pettigrew as Chief Executive Officer of the Chicago Housing Authority, which I will now summarize for you. Keith Pettigrew is currently the Executive Director of the DC Housing Authority. And prior to that, he served as the Executive Director of the Alexandria Housing Authority. He has a decorated career. He was at the New Orleans Housing Authority after Katrina and took it out of receivership. He has the technical experience with RAD conversions, HCV, well known for his relationships with residents. And so I'm pleased to present today a motion and a resolution, which I'll read at the end, to select Keith Pettigrew to serve as the next CEO. Commissioners, I will present a motion for a roll call vote to be conducted by calling each member's name individually.
This vote is out of order.
To record.
This vote is not in compliance with the city of Chicago.
Commissioner Parker, please. I will present a motion for a roll call vote to be conducted by calling each.
This
member's
vote is
name-
out.
Commissioner.
This vote
if-
is out of order.
I'm going to ask you to stop, and if you can't, then we're going to,
You take a, I never met the guy you finna present, and so I don't think it's fair as as a voting member of this board to present a candidate that I have yet to meet or the board does not haven't met. This vote is out of order.
you can vote accordingly, Commissioner Parker. I will conduct a roll call vote by calling each member's name individually to record or yes, no, or abstention on the official record. May I have a second? May I have a second? All right. All right. Commissioner Hurlock, how do you vote? Yes or no?
Yes.
Commissioner Washington?
Yes.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
My vote is yes.
Commissioner Gutierrez?
Yes.
You don't know nothing about
Do we have a Commissioner Cobb's proxy vote for the record?
Mr. Chairman, we do have Commissioner Cobb's proxy vote, and she has sent that vote for you to vote on her behalf.
And what was her vote?
Her vote was yes.
Thank you. Operating Chairman Brewer, my vote is a yes. Vice Chairman Matenki,
Yes.
Commissioner Gonzalez Cruzy,
Yes.
Commissioner Parker,
Hell no.
Commissioner Harris, abstain, and Commissioner Malone.
No.
All right. And so we have 7 yes votes, 1 abstention, and 2 no votes. Let the record reflect that the resolution is hereby approved by a majority vote, and the entirety of the resolution reads as follows. Whereas strong, experienced, and permanent executive leadership is essential to the authority's ability to manage its operations, serve the needs of our residents, and ultimately advance our mission. Whereas this authority has operated without a permanent chief executive officer since November 1, 2024. Whereas the appointment of a permanent chief executive officer is necessary to ensure continuity, stability, and long-term strategic leadership for the authority. Whereas the authority worked with the mayor's office to develop a process for selecting the next permanent CEO, including the formation of a selection committee, the retention of an outside firm to conduct a nationwide CEO search, which began back in March 2025. Whereas the selection committee identified Keith Pettigrew and presented him to this board and the mayor for review. Whereas Keith Pettigrew has more than 2 decades of senior leadership experience in large public housing authorities and public sector organizations, including service as executive director of the DC District of Columbia Housing Authority, one of the nation's largest housing authorities, where he oversees a housing portfolio serving more than 50,000 residents with an annual operating budget exceeding $671 million. And whereas prior to his service in Washington, D.C., Mr. Pettigrew served as Chief Executive Officer of the Alexandria Redevelopment and Housing Authority, where he led significant operational improvements, strengthened financial performance, and advanced redevelopment initiatives. Whereas, this is a long one, so bear with me. Whereas, Mr. Pettigrew served in senior leadership roles with the Housing Authority of New Orleans during a HUD administrative receivership, where he helped lead the turnaround of the agency from HUD's troubled designation status to standard performer in less than 3 years. And whereas throughout his career, Mr. Pettigrew has demonstrated expertise in public housing operations, housing choice voucher administration, affordable housing redevelopment, strategic planning, financial restructuring, and public-private partnership development, including extensive experience utilizing federal housing tools such as RAG conversions, Section 18 repositioning, low-income housing tax credits, and mixed-income redevelopment strategies. And whereas Mr. Pettigrew is also recognized for his ability to build collaborative relationships with residents, community stakeholders, elected officials, and housing advocates while strengthening the operational performance of complex public housing agencies. And whereas the board has determined that Keith Pettigrew possesses the experience, institutional knowledge, and leadership necessary to serve as Chief Executive Officer of the Chicago Housing Authority. And whereas the board further recognizes that leadership stability during the initial period of a Chief Executive Officer's tenure is essential to ensuring continuity of operations and the effective implementation of the authority's strategic initiatives, especially after 18 months without a permanent CEO. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Board of Commissioners of the Chicago Housing Authority that Keith Pettigrew is hereby selected to serve as the Chief Executive Officer of the Chicago Housing Authority, and as of the effective date of the employment agreement, is granted supervisory and management responsibility over all Chicago Housing Authority operations, programs, and activities, all to be exercised in accordance with the applicable law and approved policies, procedures of the Chicago Housing Authority. And that Keith Pettigrew, as of the effective date of the employment agreement, shall have the following authority in his capacity as Chief Executive Officer. 1, signature authority. Authority to execute, including but not limited to bonds, leases, mortgages, contracts, grant applications, grants, correspondence, payroll, and operations and bank drafts, transfer of funds, and other legal and official documents necessary for the operation of the Chicago Housing Authority. 2, delegation authority. Authority to appoint appropriate Chicago Housing Authority employees as designees to sign contracts, bonds, leases, mortgages, grant applications, grants, correspondence, payroll, operations, bank drafts, transfer of funds, and other legal official documents as he deems necessary for the efficient operation of the Chicago Housing Authority. 3, other authority. Any other applicable authority consistent with the law and policies and procedures of the Chicago Housing Authority. That, as of the effective date of the employment agreement, all financial institutions are requested and directed to honor checks, drafts, and other payment orders bearing the facsimile signature of Keith Pettigrew without regard to whom or by what means such facsimile signature may have been affixed, provided that the signature resembles the facsimile specimen certified to and filed with the financial institution by or on behalf of the Chicago Housing Authority. That the operating chairperson is authorized to negotiate and execute an employment agreement and its effective date with Keith Pettigrew for a 4-year term as Chief Executive Officer, consistent with the provisions of this resolution. That for a period of 12 months following the effective date of this appointment, the Chief Executive Officer may not be removed from office may be removed from office only for cause, which shall include misconduct, neglect of duty, or material breach of the Chief Executive Officer's employment agreement. That for a period of 12 months following the effective date of the employment agreement, the board may not consider approving another candidate to perform any of the duties delegated to the Chief Executive Officer unless the Chief Executive Officer is removed from office for cause, which shall include misconduct, neglect of duty, or material breach of the Chief Executive Officer's employment agreement, and that such removal of the Chief Executive Officer for cause during this 12-month period shall require the affirmative vote of a 3/4 supermajority, 75% of the total membership of the CHA Board of Commissioners. Be it further resolved that for purposes of calculating the supermajority required to overturn removal during the first 12 months of the Chief Executive Officer's tenure, the total membership of the CHA Board of Commissioners shall be deemed to consistent of 10 seats. The required 3/4 vote shall therefore require not fewer than 8 affirmative votes, and vacant seats shall be included in calculating the total membership and shall not reduce the number of votes required for action. And finally, that Matthew Brewer shall retain full authority to serve as operating chairman, including supervisory and management responsibilities over the Chicago Housing Authority operations, programs, and activities, as well as all authority to preside over meetings of the Board of Commissioners of the Chicago Housing Authority until the effective date of the employment agreement of the Chief Executive Officer, pursuant to this resolution, at which time the supervisory and operational authority granted to the operating chairman shall transition to the Chief Executive Officer. So we have now, it's been a long journey. I'm pleased to present our candidate and selection for CEO. I look forward to him having an opportunity to meet everyone here. We can clap. With that, that was a lot to read. We will change the energy, and I am going to pass the mic to Commissioner Harris for a special resolution.
I'm standing because this is special. I'm to give the resolution for the late Reverend Jesse Jackson on behalf of the Chicago Housing Authority. I'd like for all the commissioners to please stand and thank you, Chairman Brewer, for allowing me to stand to give this resolution. And to the executive staff and other employees of the Chicago Housing, you too may stand if you choose to do so. You know, I generally give it a centering thought, but I would just like to say that even given this resolution, it takes a team to make things happen. And so I would like to thank our chair, Matt Brewer, for allowing us to have the resolution read today. Under his leadership, we just thank you for your sterling leadership. He's been really a wonderful leader to work with. Can we give him a hand? Can we just do that? I just want to share that with you. But with that, we have Lee Chuck Gill, who has been with this organization for over 40 years. And I tell you, when we ask things to be done like this, Lee Chuck Gill just goes right to it and gets things done. I just want to thank you, Lee Chuck Gill, for putting this together along with the communications department. And I think you have some slides up there for the communications department for doing what they're doing. Can we give them a hand? It takes a team to build a village. Yes, it does. So with that, I want to share that this resolution mourns the loss of the Reverend Jesse Jackson and recognizes the civil rights and social justice leader for the profound contributions he made to CHA, Chicago, and to the world. Whereas the Chicago Housing Authority offers its sincerest condolences to the family of the Reverend Jesse Jackson, who, in addition to the many other civil rights and social justice battles he waged fiercely, advocating for housing rights and confronted housing injustices here in his home city of Chicago and around the nation. Whereas the Reverend Jesse Jackson was a champion for CHA residents, spearheading regular meetings and visits to CHA buildings, leading marches through Chicago streets, and making multiple appearances at CHA-related events. Whereas the Reverend Jesse Jackson made it a point to always fight for the powerless, particularly those facing housing insecurity, while advocating for housing pathways for future generations. Whereas the Reverend Jesse Jackson's huge impact endures through the countless lives he touched and the movements he championed. And whereas the Reverend Jesse Jackson's physical presence will be missed, but his legacy lives on. Whereas the Chicago Housing Authority Board of Commissioners extends its heartfelt condolences to the Jackson family and all who were inspired by his leadership, commitment, and tenacity. Be it resolved that the Chicago Housing Authority mourns the loss of a civil rights icon who, in the words of his eldest daughter, served as a voice for the oppressed, the voiceless, and the overlooked, and has made the world a better and more equal place. And may a copy of this resolution be placed in the files of the CHA and a copy be given to the family. So be it. And may I also add to this, one moment. I just wanted to add that on a personal note, I thank God for Jesse Jackson and Operation Push, where I had an opportunity to be selected from Push to go to Seoul, Korea, to meet with department heads, the CEO of Samsung, the Minister of Education, and others in the high places in Seoul, Korea, to go on behalf of the residents of the city of Chicago, because Jesse Jackson said, we need to have more jobs for our people. And we're going to go to Seoul, Korea, and we're going to speak to the heads of Seoul, Korea, to let them know what we want from them as they have their companies in our city. And so we did go. And I just want to say that a favorable response was given. And I want to also add that it was in the 1960s that the Reverend Jackson founded Operation Push, and that he is married, was married, let's say, to Jacqueline Jackson for 64 years. 64 years. And they had 6 children. So I just want to say, as an elder in the city, to an icon who has just left the city, I salute him. I salute him. And I say, well done, oh good and faithful servant. You've done a great and awesome job. Now let's give the Jackson family a hand, and thank you so very much for giving me this time to give the resolution.
Thank you, Dr. Harris, as always, for those beautiful words. Madam Secretary, will you ensure that the resolution is delivered to Reverend Jackson's family, please?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Now is time. For a report from the operating chairman. First off, just welcome to the meeting. Happy St. Patrick's Day to those who observe. I see a number of folks have worn green. And also happy Election Day. Hopefully folks can get out to the poll. I tried to go this morning and it was supposed to open at 6 and I got there at 6:30 and they were closed. I hope people have better luck than me. But I'll try to get there later today. But very important to get out and vote. I want to walk through a few updates from since the last time we met here together at a board meeting. And so we can go to the next slide, which relates to development. We're continuing to make real progress on the development front. Last month, we cut ribbon at 1237 North California, which is in Westtown, 40 units with 18 of them supported by CHA project-based vouchers. It's a phenomenal property, great intersection, access to transportation. Love to have properties like this becoming available. And then next week, we'll be celebrating the groundbreaking for South Bridge. This is phase 1C. There's 80 new apartments, and 15 of them are affordable, 29 are CHA subsidized. This is at the former Ickes site. Excited about this location too. Next slide, please. And so this map shows how we're continuing to expand housing opportunities for residents through our project-based voucher program. Later today, we'll be asking the board to approve more project-based vouchers in 6 different developments around the city. And I think it's about 100 new project-based vouchers on today's agenda. That includes properties in Morgan Park, West Pullman, on the near west side, and in Uptown. These projects reflect our commitment to expanding affordable housing and revitalizing communities. Next slide, please. At our last board meeting, we shared the results of our recent resident survey. While these results showed overall satisfaction rates, they also pointed to areas where we must do better, including when it comes to persistent maintenance issues. I've also had the pleasure of visiting a number of different locations and meeting with different residents, along with other members of our leadership team, and we are committed to making sure we get better with those issues. We're also building off the momentum from this survey by deepening our resident engagement, especially at our family properties where we had fewer survey responses. As I mentioned, last month we had an open resident meeting at Dearborn Homes. More than 50 residents showed up to have their voices heard. Tomorrow we'll be at Cabrini to hear directly from residents. Other upcoming visits include North Central Scattered Sites on March 25th and Wentworth on April 1st. So I look forward to seeing more of you on those visits. Through the hard work of our resident services team, next slide, please. We're continuing to support our residents on their own journeys toward economic independence. And so this slide shows a photo of our dental assistant graduation that we celebrated last week. And this is a community partnership with Miles Square Health Center. 9 CHA participants completed a 16-week curriculum and graduated with industry-recognized credentials to become dental assistants. This is another example of programs that we offer where residents can take advantage of tools for self-sufficiency. So very excited for programs like this. As for the graduates, they're entering into a field-facing critical shortage. You may not know, but there is a critical shortage of dental assistants. And so these credentials will have a lot of demand in the marketplace. This is an example of our high-impact workforce development programs and how they have a real impact on our residents. Next slide, please. CHA residents also recently took up an important step towards their futures at the first ever Level Up Plus Work Career Foundations training with women employed and the city colleges of Chicago. 21 participants gained meaningful career insights, built actionable skills to enter college, certificate and degree programs, and they assessed their skills and interests. Next slide, please. And our Choose to Own program continues to help. We can cheer for that. Choose to Own, where are we at? For those who don't know, Choose to Own continues to help residents take the first step toward building generational wealth by becoming a homeowner. And with that, we're going to recognize one of our participants, or a success story of one of our participants from the Choose to Own program. And in doing so, also excited to introduce a new series. Obviously, we have. We are introducing something new at our Board of Commissioners meetings. We have so many success stories in the organization amongst our team, and then we also have so many success stories amongst our residents. And sometimes they don't get the spotlights they deserve. And so we are presenting today our first ever Resident Achievement Award. And I want a round of applause for that. This is a Resident Achievement Award. From time to time, we will be recognizing our residents and their fantastic achievements, whether it be their path to self-sufficiency, to home ownership, overcoming other hardships, different achievements. There's no real parameters. And so the doors are open. We're accepting nominations, but I'm pleased today to recognize our first ever recipient of the Resident Achievement Program Award, which is Melinda Gibson. She's here today to tell us our story, and I couldn't be happier to introduce her. She is a mother of three, an example of what perseverance and determination can achieve. And so with that, I will let Melinda come and introduce herself and share more of her story. Thank you for being here today.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning, commissioners. Whew. I'm sorry, you all. I didn't expect to be honored. The reward in life will always be the service that you give. So today I want to tell you my story and how CHA became joy and the silver lining. For me to be a participant of Choose to Own, it created a home through service when I was homeless. Not only was I homeless as a voucher holder, I was fighting 3 different health challenges: chemo, radiation, treatment, trying to take care of 2 disabled children, and I am a disabled adult household. So the home that I have now, it got my joy back, it got my peace back, and most of all, it got my self-esteem back.
Come on, Melinda.
It's just not a physical space, but it's a sanctuary for my soul. Living a life beyond my wildest dreams, because majority of my life I had lived nightmares. I went from having a shopping cart and sleeping in my car to my own place. I lost body parts and I lost me. But now today, my wounds are finally healing. The foundation was made through Choose to Own and Level Up and Sheena Brewer and Kevin Brooks programs. Stability and security. Now I have a safe harbor after a long hurricane, tsunami, earthquake, and a dark storm. Finally, I have a front door with a lock that I hold the key and nobody can lock me out. For my children, while I was on hospice, being told that I was going to die, every day I woke up and I died to live. I'm putting down roots and watching them grow. No more panic, no more pressure, no more rats rolling, no lights, no gas, no heat, no shoes on my feet, because I got to sacrifice for my children. The security of knowing where I will sleep every single night instead of sleeping with my eyes open to play the lookout. I went from rock bottom and became my own foundation through CHA and all its opportunities. Brick by brick, I began to rebuild my life. And I say choose because choosing your life is a choice we all make. So I can't blame anyone for whatever I endured, because the ripple effect was of my choices. I turned every piece of a rock into a sanctuary, from a dead end to a new beginning. Joy and pride in ownership now. My little piece of heaven. This house is built full of love and prayer. I finally have a place that reflects who I am and not being judged by where I come from and what I don't have. If you look at people in life and you look at what you have, you'll always have more. If you look at what you don't have, you'll never seem to have enough. This house in every room holds a new possibility. I transitioned from survival to thriving, breaking the cycle of poverty and finding my place, leaving the shame behind and embracing my strength. A total beautiful 360, 180-degree turn. I went from being invisible to being in control. And how I did that was when I got to know Choose to Own, which was the club they created where they didn't want just the top applicants. They didn't want the people with the degrees. They wanted the people that had nothing to offer but a willingness to succeed. So when you are selecting your participants for your programs, don't just say you wanted to select the top applicants. Sometimes look for the underdog. I went from no money, no job, to making 6 figures. Now, I have a 6-year-old who has 6 disabilities. I used to be ashamed of being disabled, but now I am excited about being a different learner. I am excited about being awesome, unique, talented, interested, and specially made. Drop that hint for autism. And God bless you all, and thank you.
Thank you for sharing your beautiful story. I'm going to present you with this award. The award reads CHA Resident Achievement Award, Melinda Gibson, Choose to Own Homeowner, celebrating the power of possibility. Congratulations. All right. And we only have, I guess we have a few more slides from my update. We can go to the next slide, please. So this next one is about our summer jobs. Last week, our summer youth jobs applications went live. In 2025, we gave more than 2,300 youth summer jobs. Collectively, they earned nearly $3 million, which is a 6% increase over 2024. This year, we're hoping to reach that number again, but we need your help. So please encourage any CHA youth that you know to apply online for our summer jobs program. A quick note about naming. This has been recently rebranded as Chicago YouthWorks, not One Summer Chicago. So if you're referring people, it's chicagoyouthworks.org. The annual CHA scholarship application also went live on January 30th and closes on May 31st. It's a $2,000 scholarship available to CHA residents pursuing an undergraduate education. It can be used for help with tuition, books, or supplies. Special thanks to our nonprofit partner, Springboard to Success, for their support. Next slide, please. Oh, actually, this slide. Before I conclude, I did want to give an update on the situation in Washington, D.C. First, starting with some positive news, we recently received a grant award from HUD to continue funding our Level Up program in 2026. The grant of nearly $1.4 million covers salary and benefits for 15 CHA staff working directly with our residents as Level Up coaches. As you've seen and heard today, The Level Up program is one of the best ways that we can help residents on their pathway to economic independence. And so we're happy to have funding secured for another year. And lastly, actually, I guess there's a lot of slides today. We're at a time of historic housing affordability challenges, and we believe federal housing policies must expand access and protect stability, not reduce it or force families into impossible choices. Over the last several months, HUD has proposed a number of new rules that could be potentially concerning to us. The policies don't create new housing. In some cases, they shift hardships that families are already facing. And a few examples of those, and perhaps the most closest to home for us at the CHA, is that HUD is proposing to eliminate its own disparate impact regulations under the Fair Housing Act. In short, it would be removing the legal framework that's in place to enforce the Fair Housing Act. We all know that Chicago has a history of issues with respect to fair housing, which is why the Fair Housing Act came into effect. And so the HUD's proposed rule would remove those protections. And so that's a potential threat to CHA and to potential residents. It will leave us, as well as other housing authorities, without a vital resource to defend resident rights. And again, this is about people and not politics. It's a situation we will actively monitor and report back on. On a separate note, our team is actively engaging in Washington, D.C. to advocate for the policies and resources that we need to meet our mission. And so this is the next slide. Here we go. You have Commissioner Matanke on the right and two of our staff on the left. This was a recent trip to DC. Members of our intergovernmental affairs team, along with additional commissioners, visited Capitol Hill in Washington to meet with members of the Illinois congressional delegation, including Senator Duckworth. They were there to share our concerns about the proposed changes to the Fair Housing Law, as well as advocate for the need to increase our operating and capital funding from HUD. To our Board of Commissioners, CHA residents, and all stakeholders, I want to assure you that we will remain steadfast in our advocacy and commitment to protect and uplift the values of our communities. All right. So with that, we will move into the public participation on general matters for today's meeting. Knowing the importance of your attendance at our meetings, we look forward to hearing from you and listening to your input. As stated in Section 3 of our public participation rules, the following must be provided at the time of registration: name, organization, if any, address, telephone number, meeting date, and a summary of the matters you'd like to speak on. Just for future reference, I want to reinforce these requirements. Several registrants for today declined to provide the required information. And effective immediately, we're going to be strict about requiring all who sign up to register with the full registration requirements. Registration submitted without that information will be considered incomplete, and individuals with incomplete registration will be prohibited from participating. And so with that said, we have a full packed agenda for public participation today. We have 18 speakers. And so it's especially important that everyone abide by the public participation rules so that we can keep order in the meeting. As set forth in our rules, courteous, respectful, civil behavior is expected from all speakers and persons attending the meeting. We as commissioners will give that to you in return, and we expect it in return. Disruptive behavior that impedes conducting board business is prohibited. Individuals who are disruptive will be given a warning, and if necessary, can be removed from the meeting. If the board is unable to conduct business due to serious or continued disruption from the public, I may recess or adjourn the meeting to allow that situation to go away or for the removal of individuals if necessary. And this part is very important. To ensure that all registered speakers get an opportunity to address the board, we will be enforcing the 2-minute time limit. Each person will receive a warning when they have 30 seconds remaining. And then when your time is up, we are going to stop the comment. And this is out of respect for everyone in the room. So everyone will get 2 minutes. I am apologizing in advance if you go over and I have to interrupt, but we will give that same treatment to everyone, 2 minutes. Speakers must appear individually and are not allowed to cede their time to another person. When called upon, please come to the podium. As I mentioned, we have a total of 18 registered speakers who will comment on CHA matters. So I'm going to read the order, the whole list, and then we'll bring you up in groups. Dorotha Tyler, Jacqueline Williams, Paulette Coleman, Otis Thomas, Bernadette Williams, Patrice Black, Laquita Salter, Rosetta Young Randall, Mary Baggett, Phyllis Slaughter Zayat, Tabitha Kimbrough, Natalia Satchel, Deborah Parker, Tamika Holt, Irene Harris, George Blakemore, Carla Jackson, and Paul McKinley. So that's the order we're going to go in. I will call out speakers in groups of 3. Our first 3 registered speakers are Dorotha Tyler, Jacqueline Williams, and Paulette Coleman. And so you all can start making your way to the microphone. And as a reminder, during this session, we'll entertain general comments from the public on any matter except voting items that are listed on the committee or board agendas. Oh, and one last thing. If anyone has any written materials, please give those materials to our board secretary. After the board meeting, our secretary will distribute copies to the board, to the full board. So with that, we'll get started. Is Dorotha Tyler here? Oh, sure. Can someone please? Yes, please, thank you. Oh, 1 second, we're going to bring you a microphone.
Good morning to everyone.
Good morning.
I want to be in order because I am an order person. I called and I asked, could I speak? But I also asked, would anyone from Hispanic Housing be here? And I was told yes. But I have not been told since I've been here that anyone is here from Hispanic Housing. And that is the reason I came. This has nothing to do with CHA. It was for Hispanic housing. So I don't want to be out of order under no circumstances.
Understood, thank you. We can have someone come talk to you. Kamina can raise her hand. She'll come over and talk to you and make sure that you can connect with Hispanic housing. Thank you. Next up, we have Jacqueline Williams.
Good morning to the Commissioners Board, CHA, Scattered Sites. This is my first time at 60 E Van Bruin. I am a resident of Allgill Gardens. I know I have 2 minutes is my limit, but the things I have to say is more than 2 minutes, so I need to see someone after the meeting from the Commissioners Board. Regarding the disrespect for managing, hold on, it cut off from me. Regarding the disrespect for managing Chicago and Case Security. The mic cut off on me. The disrespect for managing Chicago and Allgill Gardens. Okay, it's back. The disrespect for managing Chicago and Case Security in Allgill Gardens. I've been a resident for over 40 years. The disrespect out there towards me is ridiculous. I've been jumped on 2.5 years ago by AGB Security because I spoke at a tenant service meeting. I'd be scared to get up here and speak because when I leave and go to where I live at, I'm always being threatened or anything. The Commissioner Board, could y'all please do something about the disrespect they have towards me? And my name is Jacqueline Williams in Allgill Gardens. That's from Managing Chicago and Case Security. Managing Chicago still got a lady working there as the assistant, and she walked up the swing on me. That's why I'm really at this board meeting. There's no respect level out there.
Well, thank you for being here. Leonard, where is Leonard? In the back, that gentleman in the back will speak with you and help address it. Next up, we have Paulette Coleman, and after that, we have Otis Thomas, Bernadette Williams, and Patrice Black.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
So I am a resident of Wentworth Garden. I got hired with Hispanic Housing. My start date was March the 2nd, did everything that needed to be done. I have been working for CHA for 27 plus years. Hispanic Housing called to tell me that Pam Farley, however you pronounce her name, sent the letter and recommended that I don't work for no properties that CHA have. And I kept trying to find out the reason why. I called Francine. I never got a call back. Then I talked to my LAC president. Then Shelly ended up calling me to tell me the reason that the decision was made is because what a resident, I was the property manager, Mahalia Jackson, sent to ESOP about something I supposed to did to him, which was false. They didn't never check the narrative or never talk to me about it. The resident that sent the false email, I had to file a police report on him because he had tried to attack me. So I feel like, how is it that Shelly say it wasn't Pam that sent the letter? I talked to Mr. Langston today and asked him how did they make a decision on my livelihood about something that wasn't true. So if we're going off a true statement and non-true statement, people all the time do non-true things. They say a lot of things about Mr. Langston. Is it true? They say a lot of things about Shelly. Is it true? They say a lot of things about Pam. Is it true? So nobody never contacted me to see was the accusations true. What the resident had a problem with was something that Pam and Natalie had me to send out about his dogs that's urine in the hallway,
30
how they
seconds
stay on
remaining.
top of you. So I need someone to talk to me. Thank you.
Thank you. And I couldn't, you already did speak with Leonard about this? Okay. Understood. Thank you. Otis Thomas, followed by Bernadette Williams and Patrice Black.
Okay, I'm here today because September 2025, I was here, and a lot of you noticed that I brought a list with the Latham Home residents to represent, with my name in it, to represent the Latham Homes residents with issues that we having with related. After that, we haven't heard from anyone. So about a few weeks ago, I called Francine Washington to get an update on that, and she said your name is not in the list with the residents. So at that time, I already called to talk to somebody else, and the guy that was here, he told me that they're going to change the way how the representatives going to represent Latham Homes by getting a group of people, by getting people that don't live in the neighborhood. That's not fair to us over there in Latham Homes because we went through the blood, sweat, and tears and lost family members over there and went through all the trauma. So I feel what you mean, Ms. Parker, about people on the outside you don't know. They want to come in and try to tell you how to be a human being and try to tell you how to live. We know how to live. The residents there, we know how to live. So my thing is that when they make this decision, outsiders should not be involved. I was told that John McDermott, he was going to be involved in this too, automatic disqualification. And the people that he deal with in this group, they do not represent Latham Homes. Every time they talk, JL and the other ones, all they do is down CHA. They talk about y'all all the time, and they got the nerve to put JL on that list. He
30
should be
seconds
taken off
remaining.
that list. So with that, I just hope that you consider this group that I put together. If not, then I will represent the Latham Home residents. And people who I don't get along with, it don't matter. When it comes to the residents, we all should work together. Stop holding these grudges. You know, that's the problem right now, why we ain't got nothing, what we're going through right now, that they're taking away low-income housing, and we need low-income housing more than affordable. Thank you.
Time is up.
Thank you, sir. Bernadette Williams, followed by Patrice Black and Laquita Salter. Good morning.
Good morning. I'm feeling like Jesse Jackson's son right now. When people get up and mention his name, what he fought for, CHA do not fight for what he fought for. Jesse Jackson fought for young men to have jobs. Y'all have took away Section 3. We have not had a resident been hired on Section 3 in 3 years. I don't care about the labor laws and all that. HUD still require CHA to hire Section 3 workers. And I don't know why the residents not being hired, but I guarantee you this, it's finna be some class action lawsuits. Allgale already brought one class action lawsuit and we won with the hardship rent. So with this Section 3, we're gonna win this one too. It's a lot of division going on. You all need to open up your hearts and look at yourselves. Because the way how y'all doing people is not right. A lot of you commissioners, y'all have businesses dealing with contracts. And we know this for a fact. And this is getting ready to come to light.
Thank you. Patrice Black.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I am on the local advisory council, the community ambassadors, and I live in Argyle. And I'm having a problem with management. And as commissioners, y'all pick these managers. How do y'all have managers that supposed to come out and do their job and write stuff down, but they're not implementing the stuff that they write down? Y'all hire these contractors that come into the housing, and we, as residents, have certain rights that we can, what we can and can't do, but it seems like y'all contractors can do more than the residents can. They can live in the vacant units while they fixing on them. They can break into attics and turn off heat. They got me to a point that I live between 3 vacant units. I got to write up because I wouldn't let the exterminators in my house because y'all not exterminating the vacant units. We got a property manager. She walked out, did her little walkthroughs, but all the stuff that she wrote down, she have not implemented any of it. And I walked right behind her the next week. Nothing's being done. Y'all might as well get rid of Manage Chicago and let the residents manage their own property. Because Manage Chicago is not doing their job. And y'all as commissioners, pick them. Y'all got them on payroll. Y'all might as well put me on payroll. I don't care. I don't care who they call before I get back there. I don't care. I'm throwing them up under the bus. They not doing what they say. They come to all these meetings every month and not doing a damn thing.
Thank you, Ms. Black. We'll follow up with you. Next up, we have Laquita Salter, Rosetta Young Randall, and Mary Baggett. Laquita is not here. Is Rosetta Young Randall here? Good morning. And then Mary Baggett and Phyllis Slaughter Zayed.
Good morning, Commissioner.
Good morning.
I stand before you today, not only for Minnie Riperton, but for all 18 senior buildings. I am sick and tired. I have brought this to people's times and times again. I'm not the one to play games with. I'm serious. I take the residents serious because they need somebody to speak for them. They crying out. But we got management. I don't know what East Lake got on y'all, but whatever it is, y'all need to get it off. East Lake does not care about the people. East Lake just want to sit back there, eat, and let everything go. And when you bring something to her, she'll say, well, y'all grown people. I can't control that. You know we were grown when you moved in and when you took that job. And another thing, she saw everything up under that to you all. CHA, I say, no way y'all gonna release this property and can't do nothing. There's something wrong with that picture. They get mad with you, they ask you a question, you tell them. I say, yeah, the resident wants you out because you ain't doing nothing. They're afraid for their life. You understand it? Resident, everybody in the building, making pallets in the reservoir, sleeping in the laundry room, scaring the resident to death. But they won't do anything. So that's mine. Get with me, somebody, and let's work together and get this fixed. Thank you.
Thank you. Morning. Mary Baggett?
Good morning. How y'all doing? So I come to CHA Board of Commissioners to speak to y'all in regards to mixed income and how mixed income residents are being treated. Y'all are allowing Holston to evict people without going to court. Holston's does not repair anything. They talk to the residents any kind of way. And whomever Jackie is, I guess she's an attorney, so she's using legal laws against y'all residents without y'all knowledge. I think it's unfair. I don't feel that they should have management teams that don't know how to talk to your residents. And Brewer, you can't say it no clearer than how you always say it. Let's respect one another. But your residents not being respected. They not being treated right. Your own staff told her not to go to court. Your own staff wouldn't even give her a grievance or a hearing until I made a phone call. And then after the phone call, here comes the hearing. Behind the hearing, here comes a letter from Family Works. This situation happened December 18th. They met with her January 20th. Family Works got the notice to talk to her February 19th. Everything got an order. Everything. Not only that, she was told that the court date was being pulled back. Come to find
30
out, the
seconds
court date
remaining.
wasn't pulled back. It still is a court date. So if this lady didn't show up at court, she'll be clean evicted without even knowing. It's sad when people got to go through being disrespected by management companies, calling them bees and saying that I'm here to put the public housing residents out. What type of language is that? A long time ago, y'all spoke about hostels and y'all gave hostels more land and more money. And y'all asked them, are y'all gonna be fair to our
Time is up.
residents? And they told you
Thank you, Ms.
yes.
Baggett. I appreciate you bringing this to our attention. I will certainly look into it. Like, this is not acceptable. So
Well, it's being accepted because your staff is allowing it to happen. They denied her a grievance and a hearing.
we will look into it. I appreciate you. Thank you. Next up, we have Phyllis Slaughter Zayat, Tabitha Kimbrough, and Natalia Satchel. Good morning.
Good morning, Commissioners Board. I am Tabitha Kimbrough. I am the resident that Ms. Baggett is speaking of. First, I would like to say on December 18th, I entered Holston's management office where I had an encounter with Sade, which is like the rent consolidation person. The reason I came to the office is because I had a drug test form that was sent to the wrong address. Prior to this, I had already did everything that you have to do to renew your lease for me and my mom. I am also POA over my mom. I did it with the prior management. A couple of months later, they were gone and we had some new people. When I entered the office on December the 18th, Sade, not knowing her last name, was on her personal cell phone, B-word this, B-word that. She doesn't like the low-income residents, so on, so on. For a few minutes, I let that go on till she acknowledged me. Once she acknowledged me, I am also a government worker. My son is on SOAR base right now, fighting for everybody in here right now. I went home and received everything that she was asking me for. Once I came back, things turned left. Sade offered me to come outside and said that she would handle me outside. At that point, I took that as a threat. Prior to that, my sons have been hurt on Holston property. My oldest, 5 years ago, the garage fell. I sued Holston. January 24th, that same garage fell on my 7-year-old, knocking him out. I'm suing Holston. January the 1st, the light fixture fell out
seconds
and
remaining.
bust my baby in the head. I am suing Holston. I have an attorney for injury. I have a 10-day notice, and I also have a 30-day court day, April the 3rd. I was told by CHA not to show up into the court. Why am I here? Why am I going to court?
Well, thank you for being here.
I also gave everybody statements and paperwork.
We'll review. I'm going to direct you to Leonard in the back.
I know him.
And we may need to bring in legal as well to make sure, get to the bottom of that situation. But you can start with Leonard, please. Thank you. Natalia Satchel, Deborah Parker, Tamika Holt, and Irene Harris.
So I officially remove my hat as a commissioner. I am speaking as a resident. And I want to begin by expressing my gratitude to the resident leadership and the residents who reached out to me on a cold winter morning. They encouraged me to submit my name to fill a vacant seat on the CHA Board of Commissioners. Their request was for me to represent and advocate for the issues and concerns regarding CHA and their policies that have repeatedly ignored and silenced our voices. I am deeply thankful for that opportunity to serve and champion our causes. When I first joined the board, I had the privilege of serving alongside honorable commissioners, most of whom have since left the CHA. Unfortunately, this leadership transition left us with unqualified individuals at the top whose actions has negatively influenced new members and threatened the stability of the CHA. Recently, I have become the target of attacks from a reporter. What I did not realize at first was that some of the people I work with and oversee, including the CHA Executive Office, the Board Office, and Legal Department, are involved in those efforts to have me removed from the board. This opposition stems from my refusal to stop asking questions, to accept misleading information presented to the public, and to remain silent as the agency deteriorates. The CHA should be serving residents and staff who work hard every day, but instead they are pressured to adapt to a culture that threatens their jobs and their commitment. Anyone, including myself, who stands up to this unqualified leadership is subjected to false accusations and forced out. Despite
30
these
seconds
challenges,
remaining.
I remain determined. In times of weakness, I find strength. My resilience comes from God, who encourages me to stand the fight and keep going, and that is exactly what I plan to do. Those opposing me tried everything. Those opposing me, they have tried everything. They did it all. But when their efforts failed, they focused on the one thing that they had direct control over, and that was my voucher. They made false
Time is up.
allegations against
Ms.
me,
Parker, your time
and
is
my
up.
members contacted the Sun-Times. So this CHA
Ms. Parker,
is
your time is up. Thank you. Everyone gets 2 minutes. There's no exception. So next up, we're going to have, your time is up, Commissioner Parker. Next up, we have Tamika Holt. Your time is up. There's no exceptions.
You let the other lady talk.
You don't get special treatment.
You let the other lady talk.
Oh, you are. You are. You get 2 minutes, just like everybody else.
You can let her talk. You let the other person talk.
Ms. Holt.
Yes. You let Mary Baggett talk. You let Mary Baggett talk longer.
All right. As a reminder, 2 minutes, please. Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Holt. Next, we have Irene Harris and then George Blakemore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Commissioners, employees, residents, and good business owners that's making plenty of money. They never experience what we experience. I remember when I first started speaking out, coming to speaking out on behalf of myself and then residents. I remember the roof was pretty much the roof over my head was being pretty much targeted. I keep everything, documentations about anything that I'm talking about. And I look over the time that I've been pretty much speaking out seriously since 2009, 2010. And the only alleviation we had, only brief relief we had was during Jones's tenure and Hooker and them tenure. Say what you want to say about them, they did their job and plus. This is why ever since 2021, I've been calling for a forensic audit of Chicago Housing Authority. HUD can audit you all day long. They're not gonna find what they're looking for until they put the real resources behind doing forensic audits, especially in different departments. We look to you as our first line of defense and our last line of defense, this board. And I started to understand why nothing ever really changes around here. Is because you don't want it to. This is how you cipher the money. This is how you cipher the money through your contracting, your cronyism that come in on your
30
behalf
seconds remaining.
because you have relationships with them, right? At the end of the day, waste, fraud, and abuse is not going to stop here because you want it to go on. But remember this, just like that pick that you did for CEO, we're going to be right back here. Remember that Tamiko Hope said that. Because at the end of the day, it's time to turn it up 3-4 notches. You help facilitate and perpetuate poverty. You remember that.
Next up, we have Irene Harris. George Blakemore. So we have Ms. Harris and then Blakemore.
Greetings, everyone.
Morning.
I'm here today to understand why the overall decline in performance impacts many, if not all, departments of the Chicago Housing Authority. For example, some vendors are favored by all CHA user groups in contrast to the common perception of unfairness among vendors across different tiers in one user group. Additionally, the Capital Construction, Planning and Contracts, Property and Asset Management Division maintains a monthly rotation list, which is updated roughly every 2 months before the board meeting. My next question is, how can a vendor be number 30 on the rotation list when several vendors from 1 through 29 have never moved to the bottom or restarted the rotation? It's upsetting that staff members are allowed to blatantly ignore their roles and responsibilities, which are supposed to follow the guidelines and procedures that govern the CHA and the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. There's no recourse. I have strictly followed all required guidelines and procedures. However, the community builders, TCB, and the CHA did not follow the grievance procedures outlined in 24 CFR 966.50. Specifically, although I found my request for an informal hearing within the required time frame, the hearing was neither scheduled nor held within the 15 calendar days mandated by 24 CFR 966.54. Because TCB failed to meet this deadline, I submitted a
seconds
formal
remaining.
request to the CHA via USPS twice and hand delivery within the proper period. However, both CHA General Counsel and the CHA Asset Management Department have ignored my formal request. I have fully followed the grievance procedures, and it's distasteful that the CHA's current stance conflicts with the U.S. Department of HUD regulations under 24 CFR 966.50. These regulations have been violated, and my right to exercise
Time
them
is
as
up.
appropriate has been denied.
Ms. Harris,
Meanwhile, TCB,
your time is up, but
they
I'd like
continue
to
to
refer you to. I'd like to refer you to Leonard Langston, who's here. Leonard. Oh, where's Leonard?
He's outside.
Oh, your time is up, Miss. Yes, we'd like for you to talk to someone here. Thank you.
I don't want to talk to
Good morning.
This is sickening. Sickening.
black faces in high places selling black people out. Now, I was watching who was coming up and spitting in the mic. Black people. Black people fighting each other. The ancestors hate you. All of you. This is embarrassing. I didn't see a line of white coming up here, a line of Hispanic coming up here, a line of Chinese coming up here. Black people fighting each other in high places, selling us out. This is disgraceful. The ancestors will look and say, we shall overcome. How are you going to overcome? And when you going to overcome? The legacy of slavery. So you look good. Some of you are speaking good. And you acting good, but you're not good. You're not good at all. This is embarrassing. All I watch, just black people just coming up, arguing with each other, fighting each other. You're still on the plantation. You're a plantation black, selling high faces. Look, this is embarrassing. The ancestors, you know why it's embarrassing? We old people dropped the ball. My generation dropped the
30
ball.
seconds remaining.
Don't tell me about what's remaining. And I've been watching this damn dog and pony show. This is embarrassing. Look at all these black people, ahead of this and head of that. Speaking nice, looking nice, acting nice, but you're not nice. You can talk good, you can look good, you can speak good, you can act good, and be a piece of SHI. That's what I'm looking at.
Time is up.
That's what I'm looking at. That's what I'm looking at.
Our last two speakers will be Carla Jackson and Paul McKinley. Is Carla here? Oh, there you are. Good morning. And Paul McKinley, if he's here, is next.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Board of Commissions. I want to thank God for allowing me to be here. I want to say I am sick and tired of being sick and tired, paying rent and cannot get nothing done in my apartment. And I feel like if I'm paying my rent on time and y'all got all these rules that we have to follow, y'all need to haul in these owners of these apartment buildings and stress what they need to do. They want to get the money, but they don't want to do the work. And I'm sick and tired of calling down to the office, getting different people from CHA to reach out to the owners to get something done in my apartment. I pay rent every month on time, and I need things to be done in my apartment at a reasonable time. If you need to get these checks going for these owners, what about the tenants?
What property?
YMC Livingston, Pangaea Real Estate. Y'all need to haul in the owners, not the supervisor. I'm talking about the owners, and bring them into this office and let me talk to them so I can tell them my concerns. I want to thank the people that helped me, which is
30 seconds remaining.
I hope I can get their names right. Miss Escarada, Brandon Robinson, and Miss Akins. Thank you very much. I appreciate your help.
Thank you. And just one last time, is Paul McKinley here? All right. In that case, I'd like to thank all of our registered speakers for signing up to address the board today. Responses to all comments received today will be distributed at our next board meeting, and they'll also be posted on the CHA website. I will now present a motion to recess the regular meeting of the board so that we can have a real estate committee meeting. May I have a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, the regular meeting is recessed. We will return at the conclusion of the Real Estate Committee meeting. I will now hand over my gavel to my distinguished colleague, Angela Herlock, who will be chairing the Real Estate Committee meeting in the absence of Committee Chairman James Matenke. And we'll, there we go.
Good morning, everyone. It's still morning. I'll be chairing the Real Estate Operations Development Committee meeting because Committee Chair Matenke is not with us today. We'll now call this meeting to order with the Board Secretary calling a roll to establish a quorum.
Here.
Okay. So what should we do? Okay. Okay. She's coming back. Thank you. All right. Okay. Okay. Just take it back to the full committee. Back to the full committee. Okay. So it's going to go to the full committee. So I'm going to turn it. Okay. I'm going to refer it. Okay. All right. Due to the lack of quorum, what we're going to do is we're going to take all of the items that are on the Real Estate Committee and we're going to refer them back to the main committee. So we will now end the Real Estate Committee and go back to general session.
All right. Thought I had a break. All right. Let's see. We're going to take a break for a couple minutes, and we'll come back on the record.
Here.
Here. Thank you, Lee. We have 4 items for consideration and vote by the board. As a reminder, comments from registered speakers will be entertained after presentation by staff and discussion by commissioners. Items will then be voted upon after public participation. The first 2 items on the agenda will be presented by Kamina Brooks, Chief of Staff. Item number 1 reads as follows: authorization to enter into professional service agreements for real estate services. Good morning.
Good morning. For the record, Kamina Brooks, Chief of Staff. Here with me today is Rishabh Mehan, Deputy Chief of Development, and he'll be presenting on items 1 and 2.
Good morning.
First item, Commissioners, request board approval to establish a vendor pool. This is for real estate services in 4 categories. Category 1, appraisal services. Category 2, brokerage services. Category 3, consulting and advisory. And Category 4, land surveying services. I did want to thank the staff team that led the solicitation process for these firms: Mauricio Beltran, Elizabeth Gentile, and Tamika Carson in the Department of Procurement and Contracts, and Jaya Darji in Development, who served as a staff lead. The services provided by the recommended firms will support multiple CHA departments with meeting statutory requirements and other core work related to housing preservation, housing development, and dispositions. These services are needed for a wide range of CHA activities. For example, we will use appraisals when we are entering leases or sales agreements for development, and we will use surveys for certain types of building permits or creating legal documents for our sites. We are recommending 7 firms to be included in the vendor pool. In the appraisal category, Allstate Appraisal LP, Wildcat Valuation LLC. In both the appraisal and brokerage services category, CBRE Inc. In both the brokerage services and consulting services categories, Steps Inc. Consulting and Full Circle Realty and Property Management LLC. In the consulting services category only, CSG Advisors Incorporated. And in the land survey services category, Environmental Design International Inc. The recommended vendors were selected through a competitive HUD-compliant procurement under RFP 3282, and all recommended firms meet CHA's applicable MWDBE and Section 3 goals and requirements. The total not to exceed amount for all the vendors combined is $750,000 over the 3-year base term and $500,000 over the 2 option years. These amounts are the maximum that can be spent under the contracts, but CHA will only draw on these contracts if and when the agency has a need for these services. We do have representatives from each firm in attendance today. I won't call them by name, but they are available to answer questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have questions from the commissioners? Can they come to the microphone?
Yeah, if we could invite the selected vendors, maybe we start with Allstate Appraisals. And folks may have left. Anyone from Wildcat Valuation still in the meeting room? Thank you.
It's still morning, so good morning, Commissioners.
Good morning.
I am the representative for Wildcat Valuation. We are a Chicago-based valuation real estate appraisal firm. Just 2 seconds, my quick history. My parents grew up in Princeton Park, so I'm very familiar with the CHA. We're a current vendor, now partner with the CHA, and this RFP, we were just renewing for the new contract, which is a new 3-year contract. Happy to answer any questions.
And I believe Mike is still here from CBRE.
Good morning, all. I'm Mike Nardini, CBRE, and be glad to answer any questions. We've had a contract with you for quite some time, and we're happy to have another if we're able.
CBRE, y'all doing appraisal and brokerage service.
Yes, we are.
Why don't y'all just form one company?
I'm sorry.
You all doing both, and you could have formed one company so you could do them all.
Oh, we have the ability to do both, and we'd be glad to do one or the other.
Not saying we people are just asking, but y'all could have formed one company, but y'all just split up into 3 companies.
I'm not sure I understand the question.
You're doing appraisal service and brokerage service.
Yes.
So CBRE, it is one company, but we have the opportunity to contract with them for different services. So for appraisal services, or brokerage services, and brokerage services, but it would be the same company, but conducting different services.
I just wonder why you didn't just pick them to be one company, do 2 things, one company, instead of breaking them down in categories, if they cover all categories.
So your question is why not just pick the company and not break it down into different categories?
If they do both.
So the real estate services is structured in a way to select them for doing different scopes of work, not necessarily just umbrella selecting the organization, but instead selecting them to do different specified services.
Same with Full Circle.
That's correct.
Okay, but you could label them just in 2. You could have put them in one company, and they could be it from that to one company doing both. It's like one.
Commissioner, maybe it's a follow-up conversation with Sheila and DPC as well, but that was how we were guided to procure. So we wanted to create one pool of vendors, recognizing some vendors only specialize in one thing, such as appraisals. Some may do multiple. So we wanted to have the most expansive outreach and give folks the biggest opportunity to apply to work with us.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Any other questions from commissioners? Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to item number 2, authorization to enter into license agreements at Legends South for a tenant garden at 31 West 45th Street and an urban farm at 4412 through 4436 South Dearborn Street, and to submit a plan development amendment to ensure zoning compliance.
Thank you. So as reflected in the title, this item requests authorization to enter into 2 license agreements for the use of land at Legend South. So one license agreement, as noted, is for a tenant garden at 31 West 45th Street. The other is for an urban farm at 4412 to 4436 South Dearborn Street. The item also requests approval to submit a minor zoning amendment to ensure zoning compliance for these uses. Once again, I do want to thank the staff team who supported this important work: Whitney Houston in development, Grace Wanya in legal, and Ellie Hagan in property and asset management. The tenant garden and urban farm both already exist on site and have been operating since approximately 2012. At the end of 2025, CHA found that a valid license agreement was not in place for these uses on the CHA land. This was discovered when we started work on the next 4 units of homeownership development at Legend South, which will see the tenant garden relocated. The map on screen shows the approximate location of the urban farm, which is highlighted in yellow. That location will remain the same until there's redevelopment here in the future. The tenant garden is currently located in the solid blue box and will be relocated to the space shown in the dotted blue box at 31 West 45th Street. In order to continue operating, HUD requires a new license agreement for both the farm and the tenant garden. The City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development also requires an amendment to PD 1135 to allow farming as a permitted land use at this location under Chicago zoning rules. The license agreements will be with Brinshaw Michaels, who are the selected developer for this site, and they will work with the Chicago Botanic Garden to operate the urban farm and tenant garden, which they have been doing since 2013. The terms of the urban farm and tenant garden license agreements will be 5 years, each with an option to renew for an additional 5 years, subject to HUD approval. A resident meeting took place on site at the garden on September 9th, 2025. That meeting was hosted by the Michaels Organization, and residents did express their support for the relocation, and that was also confirmed through follow-up communications in February. The Chicago Botanic Garden provides a number of programs to support CHA residents and the broader community, including food distribution, urban farming training and workforce development, and a farm incubator program. Programming with Chicago Botanic Gardens on CHA sites has served 426 residents to date and delivered approximately 21,300 pounds of produce grown by and for CHA residents. These urban agriculture activities, which also support residents with food security and other community benefits, are recommended as a valuable use of the site while development efforts advance over time. We do have representatives from the organizations involved here, including Carmen Varaga and Samantha Creighton from Chicago Botanic Gardens and Greg Olson from the Michaels Organization. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions from commissioners on item 2?
Yes, I just want to know, since we had an urban farm, how anybody reaping any benefits from this urban farm? Are we selling our produce to restaurants and stores?
And I might invite Chicago
we-
Botanic Garden just to give an overview of their program.
Thank you.
I can't hear you.
I think your mic
Commissioners,
is.
can you hear me? Okay, there you go. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Carmen Regara. I'm the Vice President of Community Partnerships for the Chicago Botanic Garden. We are really thankful and grateful to have had been in this partnership for 12 years at the Legend site with a number of different activities. One of the places where we do have and will continue to do food distribution is at the Savoy Community Center, and we're monthly during the growing season is where we plan to do distribution.
I asked, was you all reaping any benefits from the produce that you grow from any of the stores or restaurants?
The produce that we grow does stay locally, and any of revenue that's generated, it goes back to our workforce development program. That is a paid training program for 30 people a year, and it's 30 people who have been involved in the justice system. The training includes how to seed, how to nurture, how to harvest and safely handle food. And then we do post-training employment, and our rate for post-training enrollment employment is about 75%. So anything that is earned from produce that is sold at any of our locations goes back to our programming.
Thank you. Just want to hear you say it. I'm picking that garden wherever y'all putting produce out. Matter of fact, I pass it out.
Excuse me?
I said I frequent y'all gardens when y'all do harvest produce. Y'all bag it up and I come get it and pass it out to different communities also.
She's gonna come pick up the produce.
Oh.
and hand
Oh,
it
I
out.
got a call.
You're absolutely welcome. Yes, welcome to.
All right.
Okay.
Any other commissioners?
Thank you.
Thank you. This brings us to item number.
One thing, but if they decide to build, they would have to turn over that land. They can't keep the land, although they got a 5-year agreement. If they decide to want to build tomorrow, then they have to relinquish that land. Right? That's where it should be.
So the current plan is not to build on that land tomorrow. So,
What's the
it would
current
be a
plans?
5-year license agreement for the Chicago Botanic Garden to continue their efforts and work. There is vacant land outside of that site that would be part of future phases, immediate future phases.
And about the next 3 years, if they should get money and decide to build, they would have to just remove the garden. But we're gonna build, we can't stop progress for a garden.
We would discuss, right. We would revoke the license, but we would have a conversation about what that would look like if that were to occur in the next 5 years.
All right, thank you. That brings us to item number 3, which is the authorization to provide a loan to C.S. Loomis Courts Limited Partnership for operating expenses. This item will be presented by Leonard Langston, Interim Chief Property Officer.
Good morning, Commissioners.
Morning.
Teresa Allison, our Deputy Chief for Asset Preservation, will provide an overview of this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. We're here today to request the approval of a loan to Loomis Courts in the amount of $1,849,042 to cover anticipated expenses for 2026 and 2027. You may recall that we successfully and safely relocated residents out of the Loomis Courts development in December of last year in anticipation of a significant redevelopment activity at the property. That significantly reduced the amount of expenses, but there are still some that remain just to make sure that the property maintains in good working order while we await the redevelopment activity. So we are anticipating expenses of about $945,740 through December of 2026 and approximately $903,302 through December 2027. So we're not looking for these funds to be provided all up front. We would request them through a drawdown activity based on anticipated expenses a month prior from the existing management firm on site. And you'll note that the majority of the expenses that remain are tied to the mortgage, the insurance, and the security for the property, just making sure that the place is kind of locked down while we anticipate the activity. We're open for any questions at this time.
Any questions from commissioners?
Yes, I have a question. I'd like to know, on the report on the non-federal spending funds, how much money are we going to have? I'd like to have a report on that.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch the question.
I said I'd like to request an updated report on the spending of our non-federal funds for this project.
Understood, Commissioner. We'll work with staff to provide that to the board.
How soon?
This week, I'm sure our finance team can pull that together within a week.
Within a week?
Yes, ma'am.
Any other questions from commissioners?
I'm asking about a notification given to the residents of the potential buyout or sellout.
This is for the approval of loan for Loomis Courts.
I didn't even know that was, what item is that?
Number
3.
Oh, I thought we had got all the way up to that. I'm sorry. I have no questions.
Hearing no more questions from commissioners, thank you. We'll move on. Last item on today's Real Estate Committee meeting is item number 4, authorization to execute a housing assistant payments contract with the Rise on Halsted, A, the Rise on Halsted, B, Morgan Park Commons, C, 115 Michigan Apartments, D, Joyce Chapman Apartments, and E, Sarah's on Sunnyside. The item will be presented by Cheryl Burns, Chief Housing Choice Voucher Officer.
Thank you, Operating Chairman. With me is Janae Hayes Mohammed, Deputy Chief over PBB, and she will present this item.
Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start, if I could, please, with 2 updates that we have, recent updates. We actually will have 5 new proposed construction communities, as mentioned by Operating Chair Brewer. 1434 West Fillmore will not be presented today due to scheduling conflicts. That was previously in our information. Additionally, updated renderings became available for Joyce Chapman Apartments, which we'll hear about a little bit later. And the board memos were updated to reflect that, and the renderings were provided as well this morning. But the good news is the 5 communities presented today, as mentioned, do bring 124 new PBBs to the portfolio. That's a total of 84 supportive units and 40 family units. The first 3 projects all share far south Community Development Corporation is co-owner with different partners. Presented first is the Rise on Halsted, located at 113th and Halsted in Morgan Park. The family development will provide 42 new construction units with project-based vouchers assisting 10 of those units. That will give us 4 one-bedroom, 5 two-bedroom, and 1 three-bedroom apartment. The new construction building is a transit-oriented project and will provide 14 outdoor parking spaces. The apartments feature built-in microwaves and dishwashers. There's a common laundry, community room, and exercise room on site. The 5-story elevator-served building also features ground floor live-work apartments. This development submitted the final LIHTC application to the city in January of this year. Ownership, as mentioned, is a partnership with Far South Community Development Corporation, a nonprofit founded in 1980 to help alleviate blight and economic distress through economic and community development. And Sheldon Heights Church of Christ, a local faith-based nonprofit with a particular emphasis on community outreach. Property management will be provided by Ludwig and Company, who successfully managed 2 PBV contracts with CHA currently. So joining us today from Far South Community Development, if I can introduce Abraham Lacey, and he will speak on behalf of Far South.
All right. Thank you, Janae. Good morning, board, and good morning, staff, and to the Chicago Housing Authority in general, and to the public. The Far South Community Development Corporation, in partnership with Sheldon Heights Church of Christ and designed by Leighton Design Corporation, is pleased to introduce the Rise on Halsted, as mentioned earlier, which is a 42-unit mixed-use development located at the southwest corner of 113th Street in South Halsted in the Chicago Morgan Park neighborhood within the 21st Ward. Spanning approximately 45,600 square feet, this all-electric new construction project will include 10 studio units, 14 one-bedroom units, 12 two-bedroom units, and 4 three-bedroom units, and 2 ground floor live workspaces. As mentioned before, the project-based vouchers are anticipated to support 10 units, including 4 one-bedrooms, 5 two-bedrooms, and 1 three-bedroom units. The development will also feature a neighborhood-serving retail space at approximately 1,100 square feet on the ground floor. As mentioned also, the proposed financing structure anticipates the use of 4% low-income housing tax credits through the Chicago Department of Housing, which was submitted earlier this year in January. Residents will benefit from a range of amenities designed to enhance the quality of life, including a ground floor community room, package of mail rooms, general storage, bike storage, 2 elevators, and 16 rear parking spaces, including 1 accessible space. Outdoor amenities include a community garden and a playground connected to the community room. A rooftop level, yes, there is a rooftop level, will feature a fitness area, business center, and an outdoor deck with views of South Halsted. The site is well served by the CTA and PACE bus routes, providing convenient access to both the city and the surrounding suburbs. Nearby amenities include a community church with a food pantry, which is Sheldon Heights, a health clinic, local dining options, and the recently developed Pop Heights Park, which is a 21,780 square foot public park that we developed in partnership with Sheldon Heights Church. Notably, this park represents the first public park developed along South Halsted on Chicago's far south side in more than 50 years. The Rise on Halsted is a key component of our Bringing Communities Back initiative, which seeks to revitalize more than 10 million square feet of underutilized land into vibrant community-centered developments that promote economic growth and repopulation on Chicago's far south side in South Suburban Cook County. Beyond providing high-quality housing, this development will expand affordable housing options, increase foot traffic to local businesses, and enhance public transit utilization, support local schools, and encourage greater use of community amenities. We appreciate your consideration and look forward to your opportunity to partner with Chicago Housing Authority on this endeavor. I'm here to answer any questions.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from commissioners?
I just got a comment. I'm originally from the far south side, and I have noticed the blight in that area, so I am happy to support this item. I think I rode down Halsted recently. I hadn't been there in years, and I'm beginning to see it brighten back up, and so I'm quite sure that this property will help facilitate that new face to Halsted Street.
Absolutely.
So thank you for presenting this.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any more comments? Okay, thank you.
Okay, so please stay with us for a moment. Or
You
two.
want to sit down, or?
Because to Commissioner Parker's point, there's a little bit more going on Halsted. We moved next to Morgan Park Commons, which is 2 blocks south at 115th and Halsted. That development will feature two 35-unit buildings, providing a total of 70 new construction apartment homes at the site of the former Jewel, right there at the corner of 115th and Halsted. This development will use a LIHTC twin financing structure, which was committed in 2021 for all but 2 of the live-work apartments planned there. PBVs are being requested for 17 units, 9 one-bedrooms and 8 two-bedrooms. Again, the apartments will feature modern appliances, ample storage, resident amenity spaces, fitness center, and resident parking. There will also be approximately 2,400 square feet of ground floor retail space. In partnership with Far South CDC, we have as well the Preservation of Affordable Housing, Inc., POA as we know them. And through its affiliate POA Communities, LLC, they will also be managing the property. And POA manages 7 other communities successfully with us with project-based vouchers. So joining Mr. Lacey today are Bill Eager, Senior Vice President, Midwest Region of POA, as well as Paolo Cisneros, Project Manager from POA, to discuss the project and answer any questions.
Now, I'll make sure I don't hog all the time. But again, thank you again to the Chicago Housing Authority Board and staff. The Far South Community Development Corporation, in partnership with the Preservation of Affordable Housing and designed by Lamar Johnson Collaborative, is pleased to introduce Morgan Park Commons, a transformative mixed-use development plan for a 13-acre former Jewel, Osco, and Halsted Mall site at the northwest corner of 115th Street in South Halsted in the Morgan Park neighborhood within the 21st Ward. Strategically positioned at the intersection of Morgan Park, West Pullman, and Roseland neighborhoods, the site is bordered by the South Halsted Street to the east, Maple Park Marketplace Shopping Center to the south, the Major Taylor Trail to the west, and an established residential community to the north. Upon completion, Morgan Park Commons will deliver approximately 244 housing units, over 6,000 square feet of retail space, a 2.5-acre public park, a potential community center, and the creation of hundreds of construction jobs. After nearly 2 decades of vacancy, this site has remained a visible symbol of disinvestment. For nearly 10 years, Far South CDC has worked alongside community stakeholders to advance redevelopment efforts through multiple iterations and challenges. In collaboration with POA and DL3 Realty, we have established a community-supported development plan that directly addresses the area's need for affordable housing, expands access to quality rental options, and supports neighborhood repopulation. Morgan Park Commons will be delivered in 4 phases, beginning with the completed site work, and 2 low-rise mixed-use buildings along South Halsted Street. This all-electric new construction buildings will provide a total of 70 units, 35 units per building, including 4 ground floor live-work units. Project-based vouchers are anticipated to support 17 units, as mentioned, including 9 one-bedrooms and 8 two-bedrooms. The development will utilize a twin financing structure, combining 4% and 9% low-income housing tax credits through the Chicago Department of Housing. Residents will have access to a robust suite of amenities between the 2 buildings, including a shared community room with a kitchenette and dining space, fitness area, package and mail rooms, bike storage, business center, on-site retail. The project will also provide nearly one-to-one parking for residents, along with the dedicated retail and visitor parking at the rear of the buildings. Morgan Park Commons is located just north of the Maple Park Marketplace, which includes a community bank, a nonprofit organization, including us. So for those who are looking for ownership to be local, we are local. We're in the neighborhood. And the shopping center is expected to welcome a new grocery store to open up in late 2026. This development is a key component of our Bringing Communities Back initiative, again, which is to revitalize more than 10 million square feet of underutilized land into vacant and community-centered assets that foster economic growth, reinvestments across Chicago's far south side and south suburban Cook County. We are very thankful for the partners that we have. We wouldn't be here without the Preservation for Affordable Housing and DO3 Realty. And we'd like to thank you. You guys would like to add anything? Unless there are questions.
Great, thank you for that.
Question. Again, you're building 70 and you're giving, you're affording us maybe 17. Why the low numbers? You trying to get a diverse group of folks there? Why you only asking for 17 units to be PBV?
I want to answer that.
I can try and answer it a little bit.
Yeah.
Good morning, commissioners, or afternoon, I guess. It will be a 100% affordable development, but we're trying to serve a range of incomes. So the PBVs will allow us to serve people at sort of the lower end of that range, and then the tax credits and others will serve people at the higher end. So
So he brought up earlier about jobs coming to the community. In what form? I know we probably don't have obligations here, but how would you create jobs for the community?
Yeah, these will be construction jobs for the community.
What's the outreach? How would that go?
Well, we work with a lot of one, we're in the neighborhood. Two, we work with a lot of the workforce agencies. And number three, even though that sometimes, there are obligations or not obligations for MBE and WBE and DBE and local firms, we will go above and beyond to make sure that happens in here, as well as union wages and prevailing wage.
So any direct outreach, the reason I bring that up is because mostly, especially on the south side and low-income communities, suburban folks come in, do the work, and leave. And so
Absolutely.
I'm asking, what form of outreach are you doing to make certain that the people in the community will benefit and be a part of this bill?
Well, number one, we work with the local alderman that also helps determines that we're not going to get jobs in here from people who are working in the suburbs. Matter of fact, especially if you have city funds, it is required that you have a 50% hiring rate for the city of Chicago. The second is that we work with very closely and over the years with the local workforce agencies and apprenticeship programs so that we can be able to hire locally. We are one of these organizations that are committed to creating a job so that there's an ecosystem that circulates throughout the neighborhood.
And what's your track record so far?
Well, this is our beginning project for mixed use development. When it came to the other projects where we were building single family, it was all local and 100% minority.
Got it. Thank you.
All right, any more questions from commissioners? Hearing none, thank you.
Okay, moving into the final Far South CDC partnership. This will be 115 Michigan Apartments. Located in West Pullman, 115 Michigan Apartments is part of the Red Line expansion project and will bring 52 new units in a 4-story elevator-served building. They are requesting PBVs for 13 units. That'll be 2 one-bedrooms, 9 two-bedrooms, and 2 three-bedrooms. A LIHTC application has been made to the City of Chicago for tax credits and will also use TIF and home funds. In partnership with Far South CDC, our Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives and Hope Center Foundation, all 3 organizations working towards community revitalization with emphasis on different avenues to achieve this goal. Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives is a mission-based real estate developer, has invested $500 million in Chicago neighborhoods, and Hope Center Foundation working to successfully transition residents from poverty to living wage and into generational wealth. Property management will be provided by Ludwig & Company, as mentioned earlier. So joining Mr. Lacey to discuss 115 Michigan are David Doig, President of Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, and Shanita Muse, Executive Director of Hope Center Foundation.
Hello again. I promise this is the last one. So again, to the board and staff, in partnership with Chicago Neighborhood Initiative, who is the project lead for this, and the Hope Center Foundation, who is a co-developer with alongside myself, we're pleased to present 115 Michigan Apartments. Designed by Gensler, this equitable transit-oriented development is located at the southwest corner of 115th Street and Michigan Avenue, on the border of the West Pullman and Rosa neighborhoods within the 9th Ward. This 4-story all-electric new construction building will encompass approximately 60,411 square feet and deliver 52 affordable apartments. including 5 ground floor live work 1-bedroom units, 12 additional 1-bedroom units or regular bedroom units, 29 2-bedroom units, and 6 3-bedroom units. The ground floor will also include a neighborhood serving retail space of approximately less than 900 square feet. As one of the first mixed-use family developments along the historic Michigan Avenue corridor in decades, the project presents a significant reinvestment in the community. Utilizing a 9% low-income housing tax credit structure, the development will be 100% affordable and provide a range of unit types to meet the diverse household needs. Located adjacent to the future CTA Red Line Extension Station at 115th Streets, residents will benefit from enhanced regional connectivity. The development includes a robust amenity package, including a shared community room that opens up to a private outdoor playground and grill area, expansive green space, 3,537 square foot common area along Michigan Avenue, bike storage, resident storage, and a community vegetable garden, and an outdoor plaza along 115th Street. The project will also provide 20 parking spaces, including 2 accessible spaces. Architecturally, the building will feature a modern exterior composed of aluminum composite and panel cladding in a reddish copper and gray palette, contributing to the revitalization of Michigan Avenue corridor. I will now turn it over to David Doig, President of Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, to discuss the broader development strategy within the neighborhood context.
Thanks, Abraham. I'm David Doig, President of Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives, and we're really excited to be partnering with the Hope Center Foundation and the Far South CDC on this transformative project. As Abraham mentioned, this is really anchoring the new development that the CTA is executing on, particularly the new L station at 115th and Michigan. This is in combination with a broader strategy that we've been working with Far South and the Hope Center on to bring more housing to the Roseland and West Pullman community. We're in partnership with the Hope Center Foundation right now, building 100 new homes just a block and a half from here. These are homes that are for sale for less than $300,000. We've built 11 of those to date. We have another 20 that are under construction now. And so this is part of the larger strategy to repopulate and bring new economic development and affordable housing to the community. We've also been working closely with Alderman Beal in the Roseland Medical District to secure new medical services for the Far South Side. So again, as Abraham mentioned, this is not only a single building, but this is part of a broader strategy. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question? Always got a question for me, so look forward to it. I see on the first floor, it appears that it's going to be a grocery store, because I know it's no fresh fruits and vegetables in that whole area. And so is that your goal to?
Yeah, so Abraham mentioned we've downsized the retail space, and there will be a grocery store, but it's going to be freestanding just to the south of this. So this is the hard corner of 115th and Michigan. There's additional land south along Michigan Avenue between this building and the new L station that we're targeting a grocery store. The grocery stores like freestanding buildings because of the refrigeration on the roof. And so that's what we're shooting for down the road.
So who the potential grocer? Who's going to be?
Yeah, we've talked
Y'all
with.
ain't figured all that out yet?
We've talked with a lot of them.
Oh, okay, it's still in negotiation.
Yeah, very much, yeah.
Because building housing, you want to be able to connect the people to certain services. Food is top
Absolutely.
priority. I know that the metro station is right up the street, so that's good transportation. CTA runs up and down.
Exactly.
And so food is the only thing that's missing.
Yep, absolutely, and that's absolutely part of our phasing and part of our desire as well.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Let me introduce our other team member, Shanita Muse. Shanita is the Executive Director of the Hope Center Foundation.
Thanks, Dave. Good afternoon, Board of Commissioners and staff. I am also here representing our President and CEO, Reverend James T. Meeks. We are a community-based organization in Roseland, and our 3 focus areas are workforce development first, community development second, and then economic development. So we are very, very excited that we are in partnership with Chicago Neighborhood Initiatives and Far South CDC. What I will say is that 115 Michigan apartments represents a critical component of the neighborhood's long-term growth and stability. Dave spoke to our partnership around building 100 homes within a 6-block radius of the Kensington Park neighborhood of Roseland, which is approximately 2 blocks away from the CTA station. We believe that Chicago's far south side is one of the few areas in the city where residents can both rent and purchase homes within the same community. This creates a housing continuum. Our goal is to cultivate the next generation of homeowners, build generational wealth, and restore the single-family housing fabric that has been impacted by decades of disinvestment. Together, these efforts ensure that as we bring new residents into the community through developments like 115 Michigan Apartments, we are also creating pathways for long-term stability and upward mobility. And let me end my remarks by saying our goal is that for the legacy renters in our community that want an opportunity for home ownership, that makes it available for them as well. So we are working in both spheres. We are working in home ownership, and we are also working in affordable rental housing as a collective. And as we like to say, Roseland is rising. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. And then that brings us to the last one.
Two.
Yeah, okay, last two.
Last two.
This is the longest agenda item ever.
So we're actually very excited about all the new opportunities. We're still in West Pullman with Joyce Chapman Apartments. This is led by Interfaith Housing Development Corporation with Southside Center of Hope. This new construction development will contain 36 units in a 4-story elevator-served building with 30 project-based vouchers, assisting 12 one-bedroom, 7 two-bedroom, and 11 three-bedroom apartments. Interfaith currently manages 4 properties with CHA PBVs and will partner with Southside Center of Hope to provide supportive services focused on assisting residents in maintaining their housing. Here today from IHDC are Perry Vietti, President, and Harriet Mims, Director of Asset and Construction Management, to discuss the project and answer any questions that you may have.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you, Janae. And I think Janae did a good job describing the project. I just want to talk, and let me introduce my colleague Harriet Mims, who's with me as well. So this is about partnership, and that's what I want to talk about just for 45 seconds. Partnership in terms of Alderman Mosley has been very supportive of this project all the way through. Number 2, Southside Center of Hope is our on-site social service partner. Interfaith Housing Development Corporation, we always partner for that piece of our development. So we have Angela Herlock is our partner on the development we're building right now, in fact, in South Chicago.
We need a recusal. Wait, you need to recuse yourself?
I don't own anything
Oh, he said you was a partner.
on a different project.
On a different
I done
project.
got
I'm
confused.
sorry.
Same thing. Oh, got that.
The third level of partnership is with the City of Chicago Department of Housing. They have awarded us tax credits for this project, and we're also getting city-owned land. That's where this project is going to be, on city-owned land. And fourth, Joyce Chapman. Joyce Chapman's family has been deeply involved in the design and the orchestration of this project. Joyce Chapman's 3 daughters, Harriet meets with them frequently, and so I think that's part of the partnership. And then finally, with the Chicago Housing Authority, this project only works because of the project-based vouchers. And so I appreciate Janae and the support of the commissioners.
Thank you.
So could I make a comment? I've been getting texts about this whole item, all the items, and residents believe that this is part of CHA's property. So could the record reflect that these is all built in communities outside of our CHA portfolio? Am I correct?
That is correct.
Okay, and so they're trying to provide housing. I wanted to know what went into this build as it relates to giving us the 30 out of 36 units. Well, what made you decide to make it all project-based voucher?
Well, I would have liked all 36, but I know that the Housing Authority typically is not in favor of studios, providing rental subsidies to studios, so that's the 6 that were removed.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions?
Yeah, for construction, what's the construction part? Is that her or you?
So construction, I hope, will begin in the fall of this year. Henry Brothers is our general contractor, and they're going to be, in terms of neighborhood participation and community participation, they're doing a bidding conference in the next couple of months. The alderman is very involved in that process. Section 3 applies to this project, and of course, the MBE, WBE requirements of the city of Chicago.
And the reason I bring it up because by us being, providing funding for the units, we might not have a project, a public housing development there, but I'm almost 100% certain that we have a whole lot of section HCV residents in the area. And so we're trying to figure out how do you outreach to those. There's people already in the area, and that's for everybody that came up here and spoke. We want to make sure that we're giving some sort, or we can't guarantee it, but we want to give some sort of opportunity to the residents that is in the area. And so I don't know if we could create Sheila's not here or she is here, but I don't know if you're obligated to, for them to try to do some outreach with residents that's surround the area. So I thought I heard somebody say something about a construction manager. I want to know, what's your goals in terms of giving residents an opportunity?
So that would be the Section 3 requirements, that the general contractor and the subs, that they bring folks that meet the union requirements into the job site for various opportunities.
Oh, you saying that's up to the general, not really?
Well,
you
but the general
developer.
contractor works for us, right?
Right, so that's what we
yeah.
want to see, if we could set aside. I don't want to badger nobody that don't have the obligation, but if you got Section 3 obligations, I would have hoped that you set aside some of those not just jobs, but contract opportunities.
Yes, this is where we'll work with the Alderman's office directly to make sure that we're reaching out to the neighboring community. We've already asked them to start looking for people that have the qualifications that can
You
do
said the
this.
alderman's office?
We have reached out to the Alderman's office to reach out to the community, through his community efforts along with us, so that we can make sure we reach everyone that possibly could work on the job site under Section 3.
But not just you guys, everybody that came up, we have our own Section 3
Right.
department. And so we not really in
Well, we can
connection
contact your
with
section-
that would be the goal.
them
If you got
also.
Section 3 requirements, I don't think the alderman's office would be the place to help you meet those requirements. We have a Section 3 office that can
We'll
very well.
contact your Section 3 office also. We're doing several things to make sure we kind of reach everybody. He's not the only place that we're going. We're going to go everywhere. So your Section 3 office, if we can get the name and the number, we can
Right, so
absolutely
we got
contact
a
them.
lot of them. We got our procurement person, then we got Kevin in the back, he's Section 3. He think the
Yeah.
guru was Section 3, so we got people in this room right now.
We can talk to them, no problem, absolutely.
We'll make
Thank
the
you for bringing
appropriate-
that up. I appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll make the
you. Thank you
appropriate
so much.
introductions.
Not specifically for this one. This one I'm sure is going to be a great project, but all the last 4 projects, and I said this before, but I'm really, really happy to see such a focus on the south side, because a lot of times what is said is there's not a lot of new construction focus on the south side. And so thank you for that.
Great, thank you. All right.
All right, our last project is Sarah's on Sunnyside, which is proposed new construction, requesting 100% PBV support. This is one instance where we do look at studio apartments. These will be 54 fully furnished, fully appointed studio apartments for unaccompanied women at just under 500 square feet. These very large studios with clearly separated living and bedroom spaces are equipped with furnishings and all the amenities that the participants of their programs need to move directly into the apartments. Sarah's on Sunnyside is wholly owned by Sarah Circle and will be the 3rd CHA PBV development in their portfolio. Joining us today is Angela Lopez. She's Senior Director of Program Services. And she will discuss the project, answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Morning.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Yeah.
Thank you, Janae. Thank you for the opportunity to be here and speak with you today. My name is Angela Lopez. I'm the Senior Director of Programs with Sarah's Circle. We really appreciate your consideration for Sarah's on Sunnyside, which would be our largest development in Uptown with, as mentioned, 54 PBV studio units. Sarah Circle has many years of experience serving and listening to the voices of women experiencing homelessness. In addition to experience with permanent supportive housing, we also see about 500 clients each year in our daytime support center and our 50-bed shelter. Time and again, our clients tell us that they want privacy and safety, but they also speak about the loss of community and connection that often comes with homelessness. We would love to expand on the sense of community we have built among clients in our 3 existing buildings through Sarah's on Sunnyside. Just to give you an idea of the kinds of things that we're doing on site, in March, our clients have had access to renters' rights education, on-site legal assistance, on-site mental health support, yoga class, dance class, canine therapy, our monthly group outing. Also in 2025, we provided an on-site dental clinic and on-site optometry services, and we plan to do that again in 2026. Given that all of our buildings would continue to be in close proximity, about a half-mile radius, we would love to be able to grow the community that we've built and also add to what we offer since we would have additional space. We have learned a lot over the years as we have built new safe space for women and as we have continued to listen to the voices of women with lived experience. You can see this in Sarah's on Sunnyside, both with respect to the size of each unit and the layout. The apartments will be larger than our units in our current buildings, between 463 and 493 square feet, and will also have a layout that allows for privacy of the bed area. Also, in direct response to client feedback, the building will include a community room with a kitchen, which has been requested by clients who would like to host a larger number of guests and to be able to have the flexibility to cook for their guests and decorate a special space. We'll also have our first green space and patio. We deeply value our partnership with the CHA and look forward to continuing this collaboration with 54 apartments at Sarah's on Sunnyside, creating not just housing, but a community where women can rebuild stability, connection, and opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Could I ask a question? Because I think I asked this to the CHA staff that briefed us. What's the goal of, with you said these are all studios, so what about for expanding families? Is there any path forward for the residents to move on to maybe more larger family help, or is this just one and done for single folks?
Sarah's Circle specifically services single adult unaccompanied women.
Mhm.
We do have clients who might have a change in their family makeup, and we support them in moving on if they need to. They would have a case manager and can work with that case manager to move into a different setting that works for them.
That's pretty cool. Thank you.
Thank you. Hearing no more comments, I think we're good here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you all for your time.
Thank you. All right. We have 2 registered speakers who signed up to comment on the items listed on today's Real Estate Committee agenda. Speakers will be called in the following order. Paul McKinley, who I don't think is here, and then Tamika Holt.
Hello again. I'm glad that you guys pretty much are doing per items versus waiting all the way to the end after all items are presented and then trying to make us speak for 2 minutes on several items. I have a question first because I'm confused. What's the difference between Sarah's Circle with their with their studio apartments versus the 4, 2, or 6 that wasn't approved for the other development that you gave them 50 out of 52 or 6 or whatever that was? presenter poor, that you didn't pretty much give money for the last few units of their building, and they were studio apartments. I heard the gentleman say something about you guys do not usually give money out for studio apartments. What's the difference?
We don't want to take up your minutes.
Okay,
We'll
because
have-
I like that, yeah, answer that question. And I want to know, who is POA connected to today? Really doing a lot of moving around. I come to just about every CHA meeting, and I don't usually, I very seldom miss a meeting, and there's got to be something wrong with me if I don't show up. Who are they connected to where they doing a lot of development at? Because I do remember a news article coming out about influencing, I think Commissioner Parker was accused of influencing contracts and things of that nature. I want to know, is there somebody influencing development around here? That's number one. Number two, I want to know about your evals when it comes to your employees. It's just really the directors of these different departments, and are they available through FOIA as far as the results of these evals, and the evals done by a
30 seconds
third party? How does this go? And as far as Loomis Courts, I noticed that it's an anticipated amount. What happened to the overages that's not actually used? Do you get a report about that coming back to you all as far as this money? That's another thing. And as far as construction of these places, everybody's talking about construction part of these jobs and these opportunities for residents, especially when it comes to Section 3, whether you public house or what you call it, HCV public housing or surrounding community. What about aftercare?
Your time is up. Can Cheryl or Janae answer her question about the studios? You can talk to Janae.
Okay, what about the construction and aftercare jobs? Who can talk to me about that?
Well, so your time is up. We will point you in the right direction.
Okay.
Thank you. All right, thank you. If there is no further business to come before this committee, I'll present a motion to adjourn. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Oh, actually, yeah, sorry. Sorry. We're not in a committee meeting. This is the general meeting. So we're going to proceed with the general meeting. I will now call on, oh, never mind. Yes. So then, is that item number six? We're going to jump up to item number 6, which is authorization to approve award of contract for professional services to provide strategic marketing and communications consulting services. Karen Vaughn, Deputy Chief Communications and Marketing, will present this item.
Good morning, Commissioners. So today we're asking the board to approve a 5-year contract with Rise Strategy Group not to exceed the amount of $1,195,200. This contract is comprised of a 3-year base term with 2 1-year options, and it utilizes a hybrid structure, including a fixed monthly fee, which would cover core communication services, and then a 20% contingency for ad hoc hourly billed services as needed. And the goal of this contract is really to augment CHA's own internal communications capacity to help us better tell our story, the success stories like you heard earlier today, and to respond to incoming requests. The selected firm will support proactive earned media and strengthen our relationships with local media, help us craft and refine CHA messaging and strategic narratives, and provide crisis communications support and rapid response capacity. RISE was selected after a competitive RFP process in which 9 proposals were received, and they have strong experience with similar agencies, including LISC, the Community Investment Corporation, Related Midwest, the City of Chicago's Department of Planning and Development, the Cook County Land Bank Authority, and others. And Tara Cooper from Rise Strategy Group is here. If you have any questions, we're happy to take them.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you so much for your service, and I'm happy to take any questions you may have.
I'll start. Maybe you can just tell us a little bit about your company and your services.
Absolutely. So Rise Strategy Group is a full-service communications firm that works with agencies and companies across the country, primarily helping with community-based communications and storytelling, messaging development. We have relationships with reporters, producers, editors across the country, but really focus on the human interest element of our storytelling, specifically as it relates to real estate and development. Would love to have the opportunity to support you in helping to ensure that resident stories are central and more focused in your communications.
That's certainly a priority for us. Thank you. Questions from commissioners?
Yeah. In other words, you're here to try to make us look good.
I don't have to try hard because there's a lot of great stories, as we know, and there's a lot of great work that's happening amongst the agency.
Somewhat. Not that much, but it's enough, but still. If you try to make us look good, there's publicity study coming every day. Are you gonna cover up, smooth it over, or what? You can't make us look good when things are going bad. You gotta deal with the good publicity at hand. So you're gonna deal with that.
Absolutely. And truth is the core focus of any good storytelling. So I think there's a element of ensuring that we're communicating very transparently and authentically, while also ensuring, again, that the human interest aspect and the resident focus stories, there's such great, compelling, stories that need to be told.
So we have a young lady, she's still sitting there, she just said you meant the story about her and management, but she's telling the truth. So you'll take that side against management and CHA.
I think it's important that the truth and that transparency is central. I think without commenting on one specific incident, we look forward as a team to diving in, learning, collaborating with residents and ensuring that the residents have a voice in what's happening.
I see it, but I don't see it. There's too much going on with us.
So that's a good point. So are you going to be in direct connection to our press office, right? And so whatever story you run will have to run by them first. Is that the case?
We will, yes, be collaborating with the press office.
Also, we already know it. Our press office ain't going to put no bad stories out. They there to, again, to make us look good. But we got, like you said, we got college students. We got a lot of stuff going on where I think your work will be kind of fulfilling, but I wanted to ask, are you anticipating hiring or training? We got residents that may be interested in media, and we got this little media group, if you will. I think they went over to the Cannes Festival, stuff like that. I just want to, hopefully that you could start reaching out to one or two of those guys for the summer so that they could work alongside you and they could help tell those stories. You got any interest in that?
Absolutely. I should have mentioned that we're actually going to be partnering with Christy Ramsey, who from Content Media Group, who is a Section 3 business who we look forward to collaborating with. In addition, we are committed to providing internship opportunities at our agency for residents, students, and young adults who are interested in the communications and storytelling field.
So when do they apply? After we approve this, they can start applying for those positions?
Yes.
Okay.
I would like to say that I fully support this project. I just love what you're doing, what you want to do. But I would like to recommend that we have more stories with our residents, more positive stories. In the communities, we have a lot of small newspapers, and I would like to see a listing of some of your contacts, because that could be that we could recommend some more people to other agencies to, collaborate with you. Would like to work with you so that we can see more positive messages being given to the general public about CHA. We need that desperately at this time.
Absolutely. We'll follow up with that press list.
Thank you. Any more questions? Hearing none?
Thank you.
Thank you. And then we'll go back in order. or backwards on the agenda to item number 5, which is an authorization to submit fiscal year 2025 MTW annual report to HUD, which will be presented by Jennifer Hoyle, Deputy Chief of Staff.
Good afternoon, Commissioners.
Good afternoon.
As you may know, submission of an annual report is a requirement of CHA's continued participation in HUD's Moving to Work demonstration program. So both the content and format of the report are based on HUD guidelines. The annual report provides year-end information regarding CHA's housing portfolios, operations, and finances, and MTW metrics related to our use of regulatory and funding flexibility. The following are some of the general highlights from 2025. CHA served more than 64,000 households through the public housing, tenant, and project-based voucher programs. We invested in housing developments that delivered 811 housing units, including 315 for CHA families. There were 266 housing units under construction at the end of the year, including 106 for CHA families. And I would note that actually one of those developments has already delivered units in 2026, so that was 1237 North California. Our total capital expenditures were $78.7 million, which included upgrades and repairs of public housing, family, and senior properties, and construction at new CHA developments. 169 families purchased homes through the Choose to Own and down payment assistance programs, which was more than twice what we projected in 2025. And 87 residents graduated from Level Up, which is CHA's self-sufficiency program. CHA used its regulatory flexibility to implement 20 MTW activities. The outcomes for those activities can be found in sections 1 and 4 of the annual report. We also used our funding flexibility to support resident services programs that were designed to improve the quality of life for CHA residents and increase self-sufficiency. In 2025, approximately 6,149 households transitioned to self-sufficiency by moving up an area median income category, purchasing a home through one of CHA's home ownership programs, complying with CHA's work requirement, or having a positive exit from subsidy. I'm available to answer your questions.
Thank you, Jenny. Do you have any questions from item number 5?
Yes. Jenny, could you talk a little bit more about the safety net program that's on hold?
Yes, so we put the Safety Net program, that was an MTW activity, we put it on hold this year. That program was designed to provide support and assistance for CHA residents who had transitioned off of subsidy. So we, initially when we proposed the activity, we were told by HUD there were 2 issues with it. The first was that we couldn't use federal funding if any of the people in that program were over 80% AMI, which they were. And then there was some internal discussions about how to get people interested in doing some of the supportive programming that we had anticipated, like putting people in touch who had graduated from subsidy with each other to kind of create just resident groups. And there didn't seem to be as much interest in that as we anticipated. So we're putting it on hold. We're not closing it out while we rethink how the activity could work better and better serve residents who are close to moving off of subsidy or who had already moved off subsidy.
So the next one, it would be the same. I'm more focused on your on-hold projects.
Sure.
I think these programs would really provide for good service for people that's struggling to keep going. And that the second one, and I really want to talk about all of them, but the pilot program, the reentry program, another one on hold. Your increase in digital access is on hold. And so all of the things that help people trajectory go upward is on hold, and I'm just kind of concerned about that.
So the reentry pilot program was a specific program designed, I think, for a group of 20 residents, I think. And so once we completed that pilot program, we put the activity on hold because it was only designed for a specific number
What
of
did it do?
residents.
What did it do? What's the reentry program?
Yeah, do you mind? I'm going to ask Mary to step up and answer that because she managed that program.
Hi, good afternoon, Commissioners. Mary Howard. So the reentry pilot program was, I wish I could remember the years, Commissioner, but it was several years ago. It was a specific pilot that was done with the Chicago Coalition for the Homeless. where we were able to get vouchers. Vouchers were a little bit more plentiful at the time than they are now. And so what had happened was we had designed a pilot, had it approved by HUD, which allowed people that were referred from a couple of organizations that were working with CCH to get referred to a voucher.
People that was incarcerated, I mean, what do you say?
There were eligibility rules surrounding it, but folks were previously incarcerated, jail or prison, with a 6-month release. So organizations like Lutheran Social Services of Illinois were a partner, Safer Foundation was a partner. What we learned from that pilot was many of the participants that were referred were actually already on a waiting list. So what had happened is they just moved up on the wait list. And the end result is, while we didn't have vouchers to continue on with the program, since many of them were already on our wait list, one of the results, though, was that the HCV program did reduce their look-back time, because we learned that it did, at the time it was 3 years, and it didn't need to continue to be 3 years. So that was what the reentry pilot was.
Last one, digital access. You said that you stopped that because of the kids already got internet?
Yeah, so that was initially proposed, I think, right at the beginning of COVID to use our single fund flexibility to provide internet access for households that couldn't afford it. But as it turned out, there were other programs and grants that we were able to sign people up for during that time, so we didn't have to use this specific activity. But what I would say about all 3 of these activities is that we're not closing them, so if in the future we have the opportunity or need to actually do a similar activity, we would be able to reactivate them fairly quickly rather than closing them out and having them to repropose them to HUD as if they're new activities. So that's why they're on hold versus closed.
When you say that we tracking families that got digital access, because I know it's tons of them that don't got internet, cable, no access to computers, and so you saying that they somehow got this all of a sudden because it's what?
Well, this was during COVID, so this was right kind of at the beginning of the shutdowns and everything. So we did do tracking at that point, but I can certainly see if we're still doing that and if the need is there.
So you saying during COVID they wasn't able to go outside of their home to find these type of services, and now
Yeah.
you say a lot of our like I'll just take Allgale for instance. I mean, if we don't have computer labs or spaces for them to go and use internet, I don't think, because COVID is done for that would not open up the access to digital inclusion. So
Yeah, I'm happy to get some more information about that for you. I understand what you're asking.
yeah.
I had a question. I'm congested, need to blow my nose. When you talk about the Section 8, you said people's going to home ownership near over 80% of the area median income. But if I am a public house resident, I am going into home ownership. This is my first time buying a home. We are a moving to work agency, and you all, since you come with the programs, whatever, then you also come up with ways where even if you're over 80%, maybe you can stay in your Section 8 for a year or 2 to give you time to get ahead. You don't know what it's going to take for you to become a homeowner. You don't know what it's going to take. And we have people that lose their homes right away because they didn't know. They didn't have time to save or figure out the future. Yeah. The difference between being a homeowner and a public house resident. So you should build something in the contract, get them to stay in execution.
Yeah, I'm happy to look into that. I know that people who are entering through Choose to Own, there are services available to help people understand what the responsibilities and some of the issues with home ownership are. But I understand what you're saying about people being over income and still having some need for services. So we can look at what options we have under the MTW program to support them.
Right, we need to look at that because stuff fall apart. Yeah. You move an apartment, something may break or something, then you have to spend money you don't have.
Right.
You don't have an income, you don't have that safety net, that Section 8, so you are just out there back in housing again.
No, I understand that, yes.
If you look at the list, we have converted about 4 people back to public house. They got a home.
Mhm. Yeah, we can look at those options, especially as we go into the planning process for the 2027 plan.
We need to look into it.
Yeah.
Thank you. Are there any more questions from commissioners? Hearing none, thank you, Jenny. We'll move on to item number 7. And these last 2 items will be presented by Liz Silas, our interim chief legal officer. Item number 7 reads as follows: authorization to amend the CHA record retention policy.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. I'd like to present to you Trayana Burris-Wright, who's Associate General Counsel in the Policy Division in Legal, and Rachel Grzinski, who is also a staff attorney in the Policy Department, and they'll be presenting for the board.
Good afternoon, Commissioners and staff. So for this agenda item, we are seeking board approval to update CHA's record retention policy. And the updates include more clarity on how we manage electronic records within the agency. And then lastly, how we incorporate environmental records, which speak to the description of CHA's sites, as well as how those sites comply with environmental statutes and regulations. And I'm happy to answer any questions anyone might have about the updates.
Retention, you're talking about our records, CHA records, anybody records.
CHA's records.
That's our records too. We are CHA's records.
Yes.
Years ago, when we was going through the moving to work, we had a lot of records. Some of us put on digital tapes, and some was not. Do y'all still have those? Are y'all destroying those or what?
Yeah.
They were put at the warehouse at 24th and State, then 115th in the warehouse. I don't know if they destroyed or what, but people had documents when it comes to the right, when it comes to the hop list to move back in, and some of the records may be missing, but you all had those, and y'all tell the residents on there, urgent on them to find out what happened to their records, if you don't believe something that they're saying.
So depending on the time frame that you're referring to, so just generally how
25 years ago.
5 years ago, and so depending on
25
years ago. I'm sorry, 25 years ago, the records, they follow, in the retention policy, they follow a records retention schedule. So depending on what the record is, if it has reached the end of its retention period, so for example, in the 25 years, depending on what the type of record is, if it's something that we hold on to permanently, then those records should still be available. But for other records, for example, that have a retention period of maybe 7 years, those records may not be available. So it just kind of depends on what the record is. But if anyone is seeking their records, we're happy to address that.
If I wanted my records, you go back 25 years.
So if I may add, we have a storage facility for our records retention and records, the physical records. And at that storage facility, every box that's there is labeled in regards to what is in those boxes and how long those boxes need to be retained. And every year, or actually constantly, we're looking at when those boxes should be retiring. And then we go through the process, which is spelled out in the policy, to get permission to destroy those records in those boxes. So again, depending on what was the record retention requirement for those files that you're talking about, will determine whether or not they're at the warehouse.
Okay, because those people who satisfied right return have been satisfied is okay, but those who have not, you shouldn't destroy them.
So I can say that in regards to what you're talking about, in particular residents with a potential right of return, records of that type would be still with the relocation division. And so they would still have a record of who is eligible to have a right of return.
Okay.
So what records are kept that's mandatory for lifetime keep? Like name up through, I think you just said that one of right of return is something that CHA will hold on to forever?
Well, no, we would not hold on to those records forever, but there are records, for example, The records, when we do a real estate closing, we have been told that we need to hold on to the hard records. So those records we still have in our possession when we have done real estate closings. And so for example, a deal that we may have closed on the first phase of Cabrini, those records will still be in our possession.
So like the buying and selling of properties, not necessarily resident files and stuff like that. This would be
So,
done.
yeah, so it depends on what HUD, for one, has said that we need to retain, and then it also depends on what is considered a record that we need to hold on to.
What
So
about
I'll give-
eviction records? Is those
I
kept?
bet-
What them kept?
I'm sorry, again?
What about records on eviction? Is that a record that you will keep?
So that's not a record that you would keep for a long period
What's
of
the
time.
period?
So
What's the-
I would have to look at the schedule because we have a actual schedule that breaks out. That schedule can change, which is why it's a procedural document. And so as the ability to determine, remove those records, that chart would change. And so I'd have to look at that chart exactly to see how long we would hang on to it. Now, also understand that while we may not have the record here, the court system where that case was handled, they have a longer retention period. And so those records would be accessible either from their warehouse or by their electronic setup.
So a lot of the PPP evictions didn't go through court. And so again, I need you to give me a time frame, if not right here, on what was the retention on some of those evictions that may be brought back up under class action.
So if you're talking
PPP
about,
evictions.
are you talking about evictions in a physical courtroom, or are you talking about?
I don't know if
with
there's in
the
the
HC?
courtroom.
There's-
HCV ain't in no courtroom, so you tell me.
So let me go there. So in regards to the HCV program,
Mhm.
they're entitled to have an informal hearing. That informal hearing is held, we hold on to those records we will hold on to those records for a period of time, usually for at least 2 to 3 years.
That's it.
Now, in regards to, because of the fact that when you have that informal hearing, once that hearing is over and that decision is rendered, that you have a right to appeal to the Chancery Court, the circuit court of the system. And that is a 6-month appeal time period. So we make sure that we're holding on to those records for that time period. But CHA, in the legal department, we hold on to it for a longer period of time in case someone files after that 6-month period. We still have access to those records.
So, all right,
Are there any other
Are there
questions
any other
on
questions?
record retention? Okay, thank you. Let's go to the next one.
All right.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We're looking to implement a new AI policy. This AI policy would allow both CHA employees and contractors to use approved AI systems. The reason that we want to implement this is to reap the benefits of AI in terms of efficiency, faster response times, but we also need a policy in place that has clear guidelines and safeguards in order to protect both the residents' information and our private information, any business information. And then just some highlights of the policy. AI is not allowed to replace any human judgment. The user will be responsible for any output that they rely on. They're responsible for editing, proofreading any of the output the AI provides them. And residents will never be expected to interact with an AI bot or anything. We will still have humans interacting with residents. And again, there's a clear prohibition on using any personal identifying information or sensitive information into any AI system. And the policy will require employees to take trainings prior to using any of the AI systems.
Just for the record, to let everyone know, AI stands for artificial intelligence. And so that is basically the abbreviation of AI. And so we're asking to put a policy in place to be able to handle how we would utilize those. And we're looking, if this policy passes, to do some training so that we can make sure that everyone is aware of the do's and don'ts of what they can do with with that policy.
Thank you. Commissioner Washington.
That I'm complicated. if you put some information in the system about me, and the AI system renders something different, then that's a debate or discussion.
So one of the things that we have set up in the policy is that personal information of a resident cannot be added into those type of systems. We also have a policy in place that deals with that wraps around what we can and cannot do as an authority with your social security number, your personal identification information. And that is partly based on our policy as well as federal law and state law. And so one of the things that this policy references the fact that they are not allowed to do that. So while we may be able to take some statistical numbers and add into the system, we are never allowed to put your personal information into the system to generate anything. And again, as has been raised by Attorney Grudzinski, we would never be using the AI to make a decision. A human being still has to be involved with all decision making as well as how we're looking at input. When something is also done, we are making sure that one of the things in the policy is that if AI is being used, that there is a disclaimer to let you know what portion of AI was used in that process.
So you just use AI for technical and figures, not for human consumption, humans.
So we're not going to use it for adding, we're not going to use it to personally figure out what needs to be done, for example, Commissioner, with you. We would never be adding information in, and no one would be allowed to do such a thing.
Right, so just do it for contractors for dollars and cents and whatever, not for human beings, because you can put in something about using all that information, still to give you a decision.
Yeah, one of the things that we're looking at is to make sure that AI is not going to be used to make such decisions.
Okay. So far, it's not. Ain't no telling when people get beside themselves, they think they God.
All right. Well, thank you. Thank you. If there are no more questions from commissioners, we will move on. We have one registered speaker who signed up to comment, Tamika Holt.
CHA is going to create another department to pretty much monitor the AI usage of your employees to make sure their competency is in place, because you still got a lot of them that's incompetent now and they've been here 20 years doing their jobs. But I do remember an article to where one of your attorneys got caught using AI. So what are you going to do to closely monitor that? And when you say personal information, what does that exclude you putting a person's or resident's personal situation, topic, or details about a resident's personal situation without using their birthdays and their names and their addresses and things of that nature? What do you do about that? Because that's a fine line between general and actually personalizing information in the computer. So yeah, what is CHA going to create a department, number one, to monitor the AI usage of your employees, to make sure that they actually competent in doing their job, because some things that you should have learned while you've been here 20 years, that AI shouldn't have to tell you. Does that make sense?
It does. Does someone want to address those questions?
Well, I can start with part of that. One of the things that we've created is not only just an AI policy, but we also have set up with working with our IT department. We have set up we have a full security policy. And we also have made sure that any use of any AI that is not authorized has to go through a committee first. And that committee is going to be requiring that the chief of that department brings that policy or that process that they want to the committee and explaining why they would want to use that procedure, what is that AI that they would like to use, why. And then if the committee approves it based on reviewing the information, that department would have to, in 90 days, report back on whether or not that AI policy has been useful, that AI procedure doc has been useful for their department, and whether it is something that we can evaluate can be used for the entire authority, or whether or not it needs to be, it's not working well for them and we need to turn it off. But we're not going to let people just start using any type of AI they want. We've built into our security system, as well as a committee to review anything that wants to be used outside of what the authority has approved.
So
And
the,
also, I
I'm
will
sorry,
also
go ahead.
just in regards to the particular issue that you're talking about with the attorney, that was an outside counsel's attorney firm that had that issue in AI, and they actually had a policy in place. The attorney did not follow that policy. So that was an issue that was being handled there. However, for the legal department, I have already put into our billing requirements that, so we have billing guidelines that we have for all the law firms that work with us now. And one of the things to make sure of, I've added the AI prohibited, that they cannot use AI without coming to us first, talking to us on what they're using the AI for, and then explaining to us how it's going to be used. And then we would have to be approval for the legal department, for that law firm to utilize that AI for us.
Okay, and when you said, I heard you mention the word committee, it has to go through a committee. What is the makeup of the committee? Is it just all legal people from your legal department?
30 seconds remaining.
No, it would be the legal department, IT, and then it would depend on really what department is bringing something to us. So if it is someone from, let's say, coming from the property office, then that person's team would not be sitting on the committee. It would be somebody else's department, so that there is
Balance.
independence in reviewing.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. All right, commissioners, you have heard comments. You have any questions? Hearing none. Hearing none, I will make an omnibus motion to approve items number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Is there a second?
Second.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions?
I think I got a question then, because I'm confused. If you passing these items and you passed a previous item, you didn't add that item to this approval for question. You just almost on a whim just elected a so-called CEO. Do that item come up for approval or no? We just passed that by like that didn't happen.
That's a board item that we approved.
I know, so that you didn't name that. Was that 1, 2, 0? That because it jumped.
It's item 12.
Oh, so we only improving 1 through 10 right now. We ain't doing 12 yet.
Oh, yeah, we did 9, 10, and 11, and 12.
I didn't hear you just name. I thought you said 1, 2 through 9. You did.
Right now, we're voting on 1 through 8, and then we're going to continue to vote.
Okay, that's what I was wondering when that come in. So, all right. I'm sorry.
So there's an omnibus motion right now and a second to approve items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions? Hearing none, items 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are approved. During closed session, board members discussed item number 9, update on redevelopment plan for the Jackson Square condominium rehabilitation. Item 10, personnel actions. Actually, item 9, item 11, sale of Harrison Courts, CS Harrison Courts. We have 3 registered speakers who signed up to comment on items 9 and 11. First is Ms. Holt, then Ms. Clayton, and then Mr. Hood.
Okay. Jackson Square is very interesting. It seems like you guys have known, and it seems like you've been playing hot potato with these 19 kind. Huh. Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You want to talk about it first?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yes. And I should be clear, we are pulling for this meeting item number 9. Yeah, so that is not on the agenda for this meeting. It's being pulled for the purposes of this meeting. But for item number 11, can we have Leonard or someone from that team come and talk about the sale of CS Harrison Courts?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Teresa Allison, Deputy Chief for Asset Preservation, will provide a brief overview for item 11.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. We are here today to seek authorization to proceed with the sale of Harrison Courts to the Transcend Group. We started this process in 2025, initially securing an affordable housing broker to represent CHA's interest in selling the property. In May of 2025, we met with residents and also sent a follow-up notice to residents who were not present at the meeting to advise them of the sale of Harrison Courts. CHA also issued a press release at that time advising of the sale of Harrison Courts. In May of 2025, the offering memorandum was also issued, and between May 2025 and July 2025 was the marketing period or the call for submission of offers. And during that time, we received 4 proposals. The successful bidder was the Transcend Group, not only because they presented the highest proposal, but also their overall approach to securing the property and making the necessary repairs, as well as maintaining the affordability element, which is a commitment CHA made as a condition of putting the property up for sale. So we are requesting to be able to move forward with them for the sale of this property. And we'll answer any questions at this time.
Thank you. Are there any questions from commissioners?
Same ones I asked you in back. I just wanted to make sure that the residents is made aware of their rights in terms of having options to move or stay, and then wanted to make sure that this property remains affordable.
Yes, Commissioner. So the residents were advised that if they wanted to stay at the property, they would have the opportunity to do so. If they wanted to move to other CHA developments, they would have the opportunity to do that as well. And we do intend to follow up with residents immediately after this meeting, depending on the outcome, to reiterate that and make them aware of next steps. Regarding the affordability of the property, there is a 20-year HAP contract with HUD that's being renewed for this property, as well as the pursuit of tax credits, which cement the affordability for at least the next 20 to 30 years on the development.
And so this item went out to the public for bid.
Yes, the sale of the property. We issued a press release, but also it was publicized by our broker. So it was put out to the public for the opportunity to bid.
When you say went out to the public, was it like the newspaper? How was the public notified? Because again, I told you about the calls I got for people wanting to make the purchase.
Sure. So the press release was issued in the paper, but our broker did it through the normal posting channels for the putting up the sale of a property, as well as a separate communication to affordable housing developers, because again, we had that very specific commitment to maintain affordability on the property.
So no news, like no where, when you're selling property, it will go where people could read, or, you know what I mean? Because it's other properties that we might sell. We want to know, people want to know, how do you look to buy? If you got something for sale, how do I know as a regular person, how would I get that information? Besides, you said you did a press, but how did you notify the public of a press release? Because I never, this is my first time hearing it, but I guess I wasn't following it.
Okay, so I would have to circle back to the broker to find out everywhere he may have put it up.
Not everywhere. Did we put up anything where we relied on a broker only to notify the public of the sale?
Sorry about that. Commissioner, we relied on the broker to publicize through normal marketing channels the sale of Harrison Courts, in addition to very publicly issuing the press release for the authority. And as Teresa mentioned, we can follow back up with exactly which levers the broker pulled to market this.
Just in the future, I think we should, when you come to present, you should have that information with you, because people, if the resident or people might want to ask you that, and then you say we got to get back with you, we got to go call a broker and figure that out. I think if you present that item to the public, then all of that information should be at your fingertips. what you can legally share.
Understood.
Teresa,
Go ahead.
is the Harrison Courts tax credit now?
Yes.
I didn't know that term tax credit. I didn't know that. Okay, so we both subsidy for low income and tax credit, okay?
And I know y'all tired of me. Could you just give me a little bit about how did Harrison Court end up back in our court? Because it was city-state property as of, I think, 2024. I don't know when and how the CHA had to get the possession back.
So Harrison Courts is still a city-state property as of today. Where CHA gained 100% control of the property was in December 2022 when the partner pulled out. The partner decided not to continue their interest. So now it is still owned by the partnership, but CHA has full control of it. You're welcome.
Commissioner Malone?
Are there alternatives to selling the property?
There are, but they don't necessarily position CHA to be the best owner of the development. So essentially, significant capital would have to be put into the property, and we're not in a position to do everything that needs to be done. And so we evaluated the redevelopment of this project up against several others, and this one was just not feasible for us to move forward with.
All right.
Did the proposed buyer, we didn't invite them here, right?
We did not.
I was waiting till they get the sign on the line then, okay.
All right. So now we've heard item number 11. Ms. Holt, did you want to still comment?
Again, Board of Commissioners, I'm going to employ you to double check, recheck, and even if you got to get a third party to what your employees come. I know you guys trust each other because you are family and all of that, but some of your people are incompetent. And I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect nobody. It's a crisis as far as housing. And what I mean, everybody talk about affordable. Affordable for whom? Because you have our working poor that can't meet the minimum requirements, income requirements about affordable, okay? So when this commissioner, and I don't know your name yet, I'll get to know your name, you knew, asked what was feasible, you don't know what was feasible. Now, all you know is you being told I do believe you guys need a third party because a lot of you don't know about real estate. A lot of you don't know about the cost of construction. You just probably have one consultant that you've probably been dealing with forever giving you numbers when the world doesn't work like that. And a lot of money that you have that you pretty much throwing out the door because a lot of waste goes on here, right? And you need to start doing your numbers, just like a lot of property management companies that you have. If CHA took control back of your assets, you will save more money. If you move out of this building and get your own building, you will save more money. And you have more monies in the coffers to actually start building without all of these partners, or start rehabbing big places without all of these partners, just because basically you giving out big salaries and you taking away responsibility of these people that's supposed to be doing
30
certain
seconds
jobs.
remaining.
You need to think about that. Harrison Courts, you should have sent somebody out to look, because you're doing a fire sale with a lot of property, and a lot of us that have GEDs that come from this agency, grew up in this agency, we've been watching, we've been paying attention, and we've been doing the numbers too. And what happened to the rule about you having to offer to the residents first? I know you do a lot of property swapping and all of that stuff to try to circumvent that rule, but that rule is still in place. And so how do you
30
notify the
Time is up.
stakeholders?
Thank you. I will now present the board with an omnibus motion to approve item number 11. Is there a second?
Second.
Oh, thank you. Is Ms. Clayton here? Ms. Clayton?
Hi, I had to drop Miss Clayton off at the hospital. She was here all morning. My name is Reverend Robin Hood. I should be on the list too. Her,
You are on the list.
myself,
You are.
and Angel. Both of them are sick, and they stay in the Harrison courts. I'm the pastor of Redeem Outreach Ministries on the west side, and also the pastor of Salone Baptist Church, and a member of the West Side Ministers Coalition. We work very close with the tenants. Some of them are our members, some of our relatives. And it was interesting to hear this conversation. Mr. Beverly came to our church with the city, and we had a good conversation, and Mr. Beverly followed up on some things. But somehow from the time he did some things, nothing happened after he leaves. One of the reasons why Miss Clayton not here, she's been suffering from mold, and she's been there a short period of time. And they came and painted over the mold, and that's just totally unacceptable. The biggest concern that they're talking about is how this sale happened in the first place. How did this person get picked? But most of all, they asked to hold back on the decision to sell at this time because they are in conversations with the mayor and some of the
30
mayor's
seconds
staff.
remaining.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. All right, and thanks for pointing that out. I will now present the board with the motion to approve item number 11.
Just getting the huddle.
I'm shocked you ain't over here because they normally keep you in a huddle.
All right. We have a motion to approve item number 11. Is there a second? All in favor say aye. Aye. Are there any nays, recusals, or abstentions?
It's a nay.
2 nays. Okay. Then,
Mr. Beverly, a part of the legal department, is it? Yeah.
2 nays.
So you said you vote yes to sell? Huh? Wait, we got
I
one more,
vote,
maybe you
I
know.
vote, I voted yes.
Yes to sell?
Yeah.
I said yes.
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 Usually gonna do whatever she said.
I'm going to say yes.
You have a quorum. It passes.
Okay. Okay. Thank you. A few announcements. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for 8:30.
Excuse me, I think we're going around something again. I wanna make that same, procedure for item 12.
It was the first thing that we voted on.
I think, but, there's people here to change their vote, so could we take a vote, cause they not here? I think he left, I think, Gutierrez left, and this probably be his last board meeting, so could we?
All right.
I make a procedure that we take a vote on item 12.
I'm
An
going
open
to-
live vote, and I'm gonna know if that's legal for us to do that, because we just did it on this item 11.
That's what we did with item 12 at the beginning of the meeting.
They ain't here, so
So,
I'm confused.
Uh,
I think item 12 should be, brought up in procedure take a procedural vote, because I
Commissioner
don't think the
Parker,
vote.
This is out of order. I'm going to adjourn the meeting. We have a few announcements. Our next committee and board meetings are scheduled for 8:30 a.m. Tuesday, May 26th, here at the corporate offices. Persons wishing to comment can register in advance by calling the board secretary's office or online. If request to comment will be accepted up to 10 a.m. on Monday preceding the meeting date. Visit our website or call the board secretary's office to stay abreast of information on board-related meetings or to receive a copy of the public comment process or 2026 meeting schedule. If there's no more business to come before the board, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Is there a second? All in favor say aye.
Aye.
As a reminder, our next board meeting is scheduled May 26th. Thank you all for participating in today's proceedings. The March 17th meeting is now adjourned. Thank you.